Good morning, everyone. I'd like to go ahead and call this April 24th, 2024 meeting of the Monterey County Planning Commission to order. And let's ask for Commissioner Getzelman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Shaw,
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman,
Here.
Commissioner Gomez,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Work,
Here.
Commissioner Deal,
Here.
Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Here.
Commissioner Daniels, and Commissioner Mendoza is absent. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that Ms. Kenga here offer us the instructions on how to participate in the meeting remotely.
Yes, thank you, Chair Deal. In order to participate during public comment on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the Reactions tab at the bottom of your screen and clicking on the raised hand icon. On a mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing *9. Another way you can participate is by sending an email to pchearingcomments@co.monterey.ca.us. This email address can also be found on the agenda for today's meeting. Staff are monitoring that email in real time so that if you have a question, comment, or a document, staff will do our best to respond in real time during the meeting. This does not guarantee it will be done once the meeting has begun. Members of the public should have their videos turned off unless they are presenting. This helps with bandwidth and helps to reduce distractions during presentations or comments. Staff will help monitor and turn off videos as needed. We do ask that you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. To mute yourself on the Zoom platform, there is a mute button at the bottom of the screen that looks like a microphone. To mute or unmute yourself on a mobile or landline device, press *6.
Thank you. I hope everyone feels that they can participate effectively. This is the time set aside on our agenda for public comments from members of the public who have something to say that is not on today's agenda and that is within the purview of the Planning Commission. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on such an item? I don't see anyone in the chambers or any hands. Madam Clerk, am I missing anything, and do we have any emails?
We do not have any hands up on Zoom and no new emails to the inbox.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move along to agenda additions and deletions and corrections. Madam Clerk, you're in charge of that as well.
Thank you. Correspondence from the public was received and distributed for agenda item number 1, Monterey County General Plan Implementation and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Agenda item number 3, PLN 220137, Shaughnessy, Thomas E., and Pamela A. And agenda item number 6, Pebble Beach Equestrian Center.
Thank you. Does everyone have that? I'm seeing nods all around, and I believe members of the public, if you want to get it, you can. So let us know if you aren't able to do that. Okay, this is the time set aside for commissioner comments, requests, and referrals. Commissioners. Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal, Chair Deal. For staff, I just have a question as to what the special meeting on the housing element is going to be for, and then just knowing that this is that we're under such a deadline, just to appeal to my colleagues that we really do try to make ourselves available for whenever that can happen, and as early as that could happen. it's an unusual circumstance in my mind that we want to really try to make that special meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Anyone else? I don't see anyone.
If I could interject, Chair, I know that some dates have been thrown out for the commission to contemplate when that special workshop will occur. And if okay, I think it'd be okay for you all to have a discussion on those dates, and maybe we can nail one down now.
Yeah, and if I may, just through the chair, just there are two reasons that we're looking for a special meeting time. We had a number of items, both permit applications for current planning as well as multiple long-range planning items that are set to come to the Planning Commission and could be on the 29th of May. We've moved one item forward for long-range planning. Vacation rentals are scheduled for the 29th of May. And we just felt that given the applications, it's too much of a day to also include a housing element. The other piece, we thought that because we're trying to do workshops through formal hearing bodies, that we also felt that if we could get a special meeting to relieve the agenda pressure on May 29th, as well as offer a later afternoon or early evening time for community members, if that was something we could accommodate. So kind of for that combination of reasons, we're looking for if we could accommodate a special meeting specifically for the housing element for the workshop here at the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And how long would you anticipate such a workshop would go?
I think that a workshop, I would say not less than 2 hours, and I think our goal would be not more than 3 hours. There's a fair amount of information, but we are looking at receiving input from the public, receiving input from the Planning Commission. We will be having workshops at the Housing Advisory Committee, workshops at the Health, Housing, Human Services Subcommittee of the Board, here with the Planning Commission, as well as at the Board of Supervisors to collect public input. And staff is going to be going out working in the different supervisorial districts as well and doing on the ground and town halls as it works in the communities. So there's ample opportunities. So I would hope not more than 3 hours, but hopefully more in the 2 hour range. And we could set a time limit because there are multiple opportunities for individuals. We would also want to offer Spanish translation for that workshop, so that does add a little bit of time.
Thank you. And I would just note that we also offer Spanish translation if anybody asks. So that's always on the table. Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to just give my 2 cents about a date. For me, personally, my preference would be to do it on a Wednesday, maybe a Wednesday that we don't have a meeting planned, and do it, if you went early afternoon, that'd be ideal, because I made prior commitments in terms of coaching baseball and football at the same time, so it's a real challenge for me to do things in late afternoon, evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ketzelman?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to second that. I think, in the past we've used some Wednesday when there isn't a scheduled meeting to have our special meetings. And for me, driving 2 hours to get here and then 2 hours after the meeting is over, I would prefer to see something either in the morning or early afternoon rather than 4 to 6 or whatever. So that's my feeling about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Others? Commissioner Daniels.
Through the chair, so with that in mind, I'm just wondering, sort of with more information about the importance of this meeting that we're trying to schedule, does that mean that the 15th or the 22nd might open up for more people? So we could go with one of those original dates on a Wednesday.
Anyone?
And I will offer, we absolutely can do it during the afternoon. Like I said, if we're able to do later afternoon or evening, that's great. But we will have other opportunities for community involvement as well. If we're able to get a special meeting during the afternoon that does work for a quorum, we absolutely will take advantage of that.
Thank you. And I would say, as having been a long time proponent of evening meetings because of the idea of more people participating, my experience is that it hasn't worked except in very, very few cases. We've, in fact, had fewer people who attend than we otherwise do, which I admit is puzzling, but it is indeed what I experienced. So just for the record, and just for the Planning Commission, it's not in my mind, lack of intent to bring in as many people as possible. It's just, my experience says it doesn't work. Others? Commissioner Gomez? Oh, Commissioner Roberts didn't speak yet.
I just was going to add to that, and I think that now that we have the ability to use Zoom, hopefully people are able to participate even from a work location if necessary in the afternoons or mornings, whichever. I hope that that alleviates at least a little of what we've seen in years past.
Commissioner Gomez?
Just wanted to add, Commissioner Daniels mentioned those 2 dates. I think the 15th would work for me. The 22nd wouldn't work because for my other job, we're in the middle of budget hearings.
It's always something, isn't it? Commissioner Work?
I would second that. The 15th would be better for me also.
Commissioner Shaw?
So are we talking about, thank you, are we talking about the 15th in the morning or in the evening? Because I can do the morning on the 15th and not the evening.
Others, any particular preference? Commissioner Gomez?
I could do the morning or the early afternoon, so either one would work for me.
Yeah.
Commissioner Getzelman?
I'm sorry, I should stop mumbling over here to myself. Yeah, I would be in favor of either morning or afternoon. I could do the 15th, but not late afternoon into the evening.
Commissioner Daniels, you were looking at your calendar as well?
I'm willing to move things around, so if it sounds like the morning is what works for folks, I just think this is such an important meeting. We get scheduled as early as possible, so.
Thank you. I think we can class you as an advocate for action. Ms. Beretti, would that time work for staff?
Yeah, absolutely. Staff can make that work. So I heard May 15th, and what we would do is have it be the only agenda item, or other than the standard, for a special meeting on the 15th, starting at the regular time of 9 a.m.
Is there anyone on this commission that cannot attend that? Commissioner Monsalve cannot, and we don't know about Commissioner Mendoza. Everyone else thinks that they can be here, barring unforeseen circumstances. Would miss your input, Commissioner Monsalve, but I think that we do have a quorum registering for that time. So let's go ahead with that, since council kindly said we could have the discussion. Thank you. It's much easier to do in person. Right. Is there any other commissioner referrals, questions, responses, whatever? Commissioner Gonzalez is leaning forward. Did you have anything to say? Okay. I'm just trying to make sure everyone has a chance. If there are no more of those, I think that does bring us to our first regularly scheduled item, and that is something postponed from our last meeting, which is REF 240009, the Monterey County General Plan Implementation and the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, which I believe Ms. Beretti is poised and ready to help us with. Ms. Beretti?
Yes, thank you. And Alex or Quinn, if you can share staff's presentation using staff right. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. All right, I have a bunch of windows open. I'm just trying to get to my speaker notes. There we go. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Melanie Beretti, Acting Chief of Planning with the Housing Community Development Department. I'm joined via Zoom with my colleague Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager, to present today's item before you. So if you recall, this item was agendized for your April 10th meeting, but due to the length of the other agenda items, this item was continued to today. Unfortunately, staff was unable to reschedule the Board of Supervisors' consideration of this item, and so it actually went before the board yesterday, because otherwise it would have been a multiple month delay given their impacted calendars. And so I will share with you, as I go through the presentation, some of the outcome from our discussion with the board yesterday. And so today the Commission is considering and receiving the 2023 annual progress reports for the Monterey County General Plan implementation, as well as our housing element implementation for the 5th cycle housing element, which covers the time period of 2015 through 2023. And then also providing direction to staff regarding our 5-year long-range planning work program. So on April 1st of each year, the county is required by state law to submit an annual progress report to the state for general plan implementation and housing element implementation. And so just for context, for general plan, our 2010 general plan is applicable in the inland areas of unincorporated Monterey County. And then in the coastal zone, we have our 1982 general plan, as well as the accompanying land use plans. Most of the outstanding general plan implementation items are really associated to the newer 2010 general plan. And then the housing element is applicable countywide, and the housing element is how the county plans to meet existing and future housing needs of its residents of all income levels by meeting its regional housing needs allocation that is allocated from the state. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Darby Marshall, who's on Zoom, and he'll present the next 2 slides about our housing element progress to you all. Darby, are you able to? I'm unable to see. Is Darby a panelist?
Not seeing him on the panel here.
Well, let me go ahead, and Darby, please jump in if you are joined and or are having issues. I think with our email transition, a few folks are being admitted as attendees that normally would come straight in as panelists. So I'll go ahead and start presenting the best I can to represent. And
Melanie, I'm here.
Go for it, Darby.
Hi, Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. So the 2023 Housing Element Progress Report was recently completed. The basis for RHNA is the number of building permits that were issued. We issued 169 permits last year, 135 new units or lots received entitlements, and 143 permits were finalized last year. As in previous years, single-family detached homes accounted for the vast majority of the building permits that were issued. One thing that we've noticed over the last 5 years is with 2 exceptions, all of the multifamily housing that has been produced in the county or permitted in the county has been employer sponsored. And those 2 projects that were not, one was Camphora Highlands outside Soledad, which was a replacement housing project for an old Bracero camp that was being used for family housing. So it really didn't net us any new housing units. And then the Alfred Diaz Infante apartments that Chispa is having their grand opening for in July that were entitled back in 2005 with East Garrison. So it takes a while for some of these things to come together. The other thing that is kind of troubling is particularly last year, we saw code enforcement that removed essentially 69 affordable units from the market because they were not code compliant, and we only replaced them with 66 at East Garrison. So we're definitely in a deficit. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is how we performed over the entire 5th cycle. The very low income, we did not meet that goal, and we did not meet it in moderate income. In fact, the only moderate income units that we produced in the last 8 years were all at East Garrison. So we really are starting to see, and we don't have anything in the pipeline that's going to produce a significant number of new moderate income units in any block that's meaningful. 1 or 2, 3, 4 a year is hardly a meaningful impact considering the demand that we face. But we did meet our low income and above moderate income targets. Low income primarily, again, because we're able to capture those employer-sponsored housing units because they're occupied at least 9 months out of the year, but we only get the front door, not the 8 people that are usually housed in one of those apartments or dormitories, as the industry terms them. So that's the 5th cycle housing element. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them now or at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Can I, Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Gomez.
Yes, I guess you'll probably bring it up, but the board talked about these numbers, I'm assuming, and what was their take on and strategies for meeting their very low income goals? Did they have any suggestions, I guess?
So if I may, through the chair, we did discuss at the board, but they didn't go into detail talking about strategies. I think they emphasized the importance that both through our housing element as well, our housing element update that will be coming forward in May, as well as through the update of our inclusionary housing ordinance, that it's important to start to really think outside of the box to really push where we can to improve it, but they didn't speak about anything specifically.
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Deal. So for Mr. Marshall, so moderate income units are what we need a large percentage of. Yet the plans that we've seen in terms of the sites analysis for the upcoming housing element seem to prioritize, or there's a large percentage of single-family homes that are being built. So I'm just curious if one of the letters that we received in public correspondence that I didn't understand completely had to do with something called the Mullen density, and whether or not we have a different avenue, it seems like, for planning for the housing that we actually need versus planning for housing that we don't need. Is there any truth there or any opportunity?
So if I may, through the chair, so I think, so one thing I think that's important is as we look forward to our update for the housing element, so Mullen density is kind of the minimum required density for opportunity sites identified in our update of the housing element. We are classified as essentially a suburban county, and so that target Mullen density is 20 units per acre. So that's where the Mullen density comes into play. And what I can say is, as we bring forward the draft housing element in May, and as it's being reviewed by public and policymakers, there's a whole combination of sites where we identify opportunity sites where we provide sufficient zoning and locations for the requisite number of housing to be built, as well as the complementary policies and programs to help spur that. In terms of the dynamic, and you see it here, we definitely have not a problem meeting our above moderate income. Those who live locally know that above moderate often is largely larger homes that are well above moderate income. And so what is typical and what the market typically can bear, and State Housing Community Development has weighed in on this. It has typically been about not more than 20% of the moderate, low, or very low income types of a development, unless it's 100% affordable. Mm-hmm. So for a market rate to develop and contribute and offset, subsidize those costs, typically, not more than 20% are the affordable housing. So that's where some of that, what you observe in so much more market rate in order to help achieve some of that subsidized lower income. And so again, when you're reviewing those assumptions in the draft that's to come, when you're reviewing the sites, and when you're reviewing our programs and policies, that's where, if we can be very aggressive from a policies perspective to really allow and promote and incentivize those higher densities and higher income levels, then we can hopefully squish that number. So
one, through the chair, one comment and one question. And I think, here at the Planning Commission, perhaps we've had more experience than anyone in terms of seeing, I wasn't here, but I know Commissioner Deal's been here a long time, like what the impact is, what the outcome is of that model that you just described, where 20% is affordable and 80% is market rate. And we end up getting housing developments that don't serve the need that I think even the state has identified. We need housing for the people who live here. not new opportunities for investment in second homes and more luxury units. And so I'm excited by what you just said, that, you know, we can really roll up our sleeves and try to identify some of the policies that can help us build the housing that we actually need and really try to solve the problem. The question I have for either you or Mr. Marshall was, what does this, you know, the higher density, moderate income housing look like? Like what were, I think the point was that none have been proposed or none have been, no permits have been submitted. In the past, is there an example of a permit that might have been submitted that would be this, I'm thinking perhaps East Garrison, I don't know, but this moderate, some of the projects in East Garrison, but what does it look like? What is that higher density that you're talking about that would accommodate that missing portion of our chart here?
So I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Marshall. He has more history with kind of the nature of what's been built over time. Darby, do you want to take that one?
Sure, through the chair. So East Garrison's an interesting example. East Garrison was approved for 1,400 units. And at the end of the day, it is only 20% affordable between the moderate, the very low, and the low income units. So, and within East Garrison, you see that whole range where you have the very dense apartments of Manzanita Place and the Alfred Diaz Infante apartments, and then you have the moderate income in the townhomes, multiple units within one building. So that's kind of what it can look like. Mm-hmm. I know that there is a tremendous desire to see what's referred to as affordable by design, you know, townhomes, condos. We just don't see that in the unincorporated areas right now. And there's a variety of reasons for it. You know, one, the land costs, the lack of infrastructure to support 20 units to the acre. If you're not directly adjacent to a city where you can easily and relatively inexpensively connect to water and wastewater, that can become prohibitive. In order to achieve those kinds of densities that we really need to see, particularly at the low and the very low, you're really talking about multi-story, multifamily projects with probably at least 50 units on 2 or 3 acres. And even that's, you know, just a simple math. You're not getting to the 20 acres to the 20 units to the acre that the state would like to see. But that's just what we're seeing in this county. We're not a county that is building vertically. And that's part of what's going to have to happen to achieve some of these densities.
And if I may, through the chair, I do want to add that, again, and this is in part for the public who's following these conversations, our Housing Advisory Committee and Health, Housing, Human Services Subcommittee of the board are going to have a joint workshop with the development community to kind of dig into some of these questions to try to better understand what some of the real limitations, especially for achieving the greater density, the smaller kind of housing by design, to help inform some of those discussions. And Darby, I don't know if you have that, if that's been scheduled and if we have a time and date that we could share with the commission, but I think that would be, in context of this conversation, worthy.
Sure. So through the chair, that meeting is scheduled for May 6th, Monday evening, May 6th at 5 p.m. in the Cayenne Room at 1441 Schilling Place. It was the Planning Commission's former home when you were meeting over here at Schilling. And I believe that the County Public Information Officer is getting a broad notice circulated for that to invite the public to participate. But we really do want to talk to the development community and understand why they're not proposing more dense projects in the unincorporated areas and what it would take to get them to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. That is the big question, isn't it? I have a couple of comments here and questions. The first one is to repeat something that I know everybody's bored of hearing, and that is that I believe very low income housing unit production is, in fact, much worse off than this chart would represent, because as I believe, and I have believed forever, the employer-sponsored housing for the H-2A workers is a net zero. It should be providing accommodations for people we are bringing in, and it doesn't actually directly address, in my view, the population of people in Monterey County who already need housing. So that's an ongoing comment that I will make, boring or not, frequently when we come up with this topic, because I think it's important to remember just how pressing and this issue is. Another comment I would like to make is that, and this in part reflects some of the things that were brought up in the public comment letter that we most recently received, but the market rate of inclusionary housing ordinance units, the 20% is a wonderful thing, but the 20% includes sucking up 80% of the resources that are available for housing. So there should be two sets of books, in my view. One of them is housing, and one of them is available resources to support housing. And where there is a larger draw from market rate housing that does not provide the kind of density or numbers that we are looking for to serve our population, that is a significant loss. And if we run out of that, as water is a great example, it really constrains our choices. So if we don't include in housing some recognition of the available resources to support housing in every consideration of it, it's pretty delusional. And so I'd like to ask that we look at a way to discuss available county resources needed by housing when we're talking about this kind of thing. The infrastructure, the actual resources themselves, all of those are determinant. I would also say that in my experience, as Commissioner Daniels referenced, the opportunity sites have never worked. Nobody is interested in building affordable housing in the opportunity sites, no matter how we couch them, because there's a better alternative. They can make more money doing something else. As long as people can make more money doing something else, they will. And if you don't hear that from the building and construction community, I suspect you will. They will say, we cannot pencil it out. It won't work. We can't make money. This is applies to other things too, as we've heard in discussions of vacational rentals. If there's a better alternative, the market will send people to the better alternative. So if we're going to put our thumb on the scale of the market, we'd best do it significantly by trying to limit those alternatives and say, you can build affordable housing here or you cannot build housing here, because we need to save our resources for affordable housing. And if you can't figure out a way to do that, let's try to help you do that. But it's given a choice, it is not rational to expect people to take the choice that makes them significantly less money. So I'm recognizing the heavy hand of regulation here. If we're going to do it, that's the only way to do it. The rest of this is just all talk. And so finally, well, two things. I still have one more. One of them is that I think in this discussion we have over the years spent a lot of time talking about home ownership as a way to help people begin to build wealth. And in this case, I think we have to be very clear with one another that we're talking about building health, not wealth. We're saying people can't begin this process unless they have a safe and secure place to live. So we're not going to be able to continue to stress the wonders of owning one's own home and provide the kind of housing that people in this community need. So I'd really like to be clear that in the discussion of housing, this is not a discussion about helping people to build generational wealth. We would like people to have that opportunity, but this is steps before that, way before that. You can't do it until you actually have some kind of secure lodging. So my final one is a question for Mr. Worth and for Ms. Beredian, which is that one of the things that the county has done to try to promote affordable housing is to streamline ADUs. And I'm wondering if there's any information about whether that has in any way contributed to providing affordable housing in our communities through the ADU efforts.
I can speak generally that we have seen over the last year or two a slight uptick in permit requests coming through, permit applications for accessory dwelling units. Many of them are in the Del Monte Forest, in Carmel, unincorporated Carmel area, Carmel Valley areas. Darby, do you have more specific numbers? I do believe that is something that's included in the housing element report.
Yeah, if you could bring that slide up. So one of the challenges, one of the challenges. Yes, we have seen a general uptick in ADU permits being issued over the last 3 or 4 years. Again, they're primarily in Del Monte Forest, Santa Lucia Preserve, Montera Ranch. And also the other thing that is, to me was rather striking as I started looking at them is a lot of these are pushing the 1,200 square foot limit for an ADU. You know, so we're seeing a lot of things that are 1,199 square feet. What we don't have is any ability to restrict the affordability on those units. So we don't, because we're not investing in making loans to build them, we don't get any affordability covenants. So there is no affordability restriction on them. So and as far as I know, there was never an analysis done similar to what the Association of Bay Area Governments did, where they came up with a formula that based on survey information that talked about general affordability so that the 9 Bay Area counties could use a percentage of their ADUs as assumed to be affordable. So we don't have that same kind of information out of AMBAG. So we just have to assume that these units are above moderate when they come online.
So to be clear, that's how we're counting them right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Absent any information that we could back up to the state and say, this is how we're making this, we're saying this unit is affordable, we have to assume that they're above market or above moderate.
So to be clear, we did this thing to produce needed housing, but we don't know if it's working or not. Is there any plan to figure out whether it is or not actual plan?
I would say that this is another thing. When the draft housing element comes out, there are some policies where we do try to get at accessory dwelling units. And I think we look forward to the discussion of, is there a way to be a little bit more proactive with accessory dwelling units, and the state's done a lot to make those available, to make it much easier for getting an accessory dwelling unit built. And so I think it's really policies and programs that we can maybe push that forward to try to get actual, affordability, try to track, see if they actually are being made available for housing as opposed to guest visiting housing, those types of things.
Well, I just would like to comment that having gone through the planning process for an 1,199 square foot ADU that couldn't get built on account of the permitting costs and the construction costs, the plan for that was to provide housing for caregivers. And so family members and caregivers need housing too. And those are important affordability components. So it wouldn't be about rent necessarily. It wouldn't be how they're provided. It's I don't know, a societal plus, but I don't think that as long as we are clear that accessory dwelling units can't be used as vacation rentals, I think there's an awful lot of providing family homes, family housing that otherwise our kids and grandkids can't live around here. And that's what, anyway. It's obviously a time for another time, but I do think it's important to note that we are having some, and they are being counted as above moderate, which may or may not be the case. So that might be a gleam of good news in all of this doom, which we're seeing here, because we're not doing what we need to do. Okay, Commissioner Roberts?
Although I want to defer to Commissioner Gessimel because I know he had his hand up before. Okay. The question I had, and this is probably going back too far, but last time when we were talking about East Garrison, we were talking about, I believe, moderate homes, and that either that's a hole we can't really fill, or there's some kind of nuance with that. If you could help me understand that.
So I think, if I may, through the chair, I think Commissioner Roberts, what you're referring to is, so for affordable units, we've got the 3 categories: very low, low, moderate. Typically, the very low and low are rental apartments. Moderate is kind of a pricing unit that has been able to be offered for sale, typically as townhomes. I think the discussion that we were having is, as a part of our current inclusionary housing ordinance and as a part of the East Garrison approvals, there's also this category of workforce housing. And at East Garrison, it's workforce 2 housing. So for the state, that workforce 2 housing category is categorized as above moderate. So it doesn't meet our RHNA, but that was a category of housing that at the time the county was looking at to help fill that missing, a little bit of that missing middle. So you're not in those fully affordable. But what's happening and what we've been observing in the market over the last number of years is that at that workforce 2 level, there's not a significant difference between the sales price limitations at a workforce 2 level as there are for market rate for some of these smaller units on the market. So it was, and so that has been a part of the conversation through the updates of the inclusionary housing ordinance of, is that a category that is useful that we should maintain? Is it achieving what we want? And at East Garrison in particular, that's where we've seen it play out. There have just been challenges getting those qualified buyers, and the workforce too also only has a 1-year deed restriction. It's really kind of to help people get in the door. So I think that was the discussion that you were referring to.
I'd like to just add some historical perspective here, because Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 categories came about during the 2010 General Plan development as part of a way to help facilitate the development evaluation system requirement that at that time from the Planning Commission, developments outside of the community areas and rural centers were going to be required to have 50% affordable housing before they would be considered by the development evaluation system. The 50% was a tough pill to swallow, but added to that were these Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 categories so that the county could in some way try to honor that that ideal that we would not use county resources, because of course the county itself is not designed as an urban center to support dense housing. Those are supposed to go to cities, community areas, and rural centers where they can be better supported. So that's when those came about. That was the original invention, was specifically related to passing the development evaluation system, which has never been implemented and which was reduced in its amount to 30% at the board. So that's back when we were at 50% to get your subdivision in the rural area even considered. That's when Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 were implemented, if anybody's interested in history.
Just follow up with one?
Commissioner Roberts.
So just for my own understanding, so the inclusionary housing includes the Workforce 1 and 2, and those are somehow subsidized, and the moderate, what we have a big hole in, are not subsidized in any way?
No, so when we refer formally to inclusionary housing in our code, our inclusionary housing ordinance, Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 are identified in our inclusionary housing ordinance. From the perspective of the state and meeting our RHNA obligations, the only affordable categories are very low, low, and moderate. Very low, low, and moderate, as well as when there's a difference between the market rate and those workforce levels, those are subsidized. And so if it's a part of a market rate development, they're subsidized those costs because they either sold or rented at a loss to meet the income and payment requirements for those income levels. They're offset, and kind of that cost is distributed across the market rate housing, unless it is built by a nonprofit developer who then is able to bring in tax credits and other funding resources to help subsidize. But those are like those 100% affordable developments are subsidized, but not through the general market. They are subsidized through these other financing and grant tools.
I think I kind of get it.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So I just wanted to also echo what you were saying. You said it so well about the workforce, employee-sponsored housing. I don't think it should be counted towards these numbers at all. I think that's incredibly misleading. My bigger bone to pick, though, that I'm finding with this report, specifically this, where it says one factor keeping the cost of housing high is the lack of new multifamily unit construction in the unincorporated areas. And as Commissioner Deal was saying, I don't see how that, how do we change that as being a goal? Because you're pushing high density housing into areas that can't necessarily absorb the impacts of that density. It essentially becomes like a storage facility for workers to serve the incorporated areas. You're forcing people to then commute because we're not having these walkable communities where people can get their groceries, go get a coffee, go shopping, because it's just high density, unincorporated, small towns with maybe a corner store. I mean, this is what I'm experiencing personally in my community. And I'm seeing the impacts, the traffic impacts, the mental health impacts of people having to commute outside of our area for everything. Nothing is there. So I just don't understand why we're not pushing for, mixed use housing above businesses if we're going to be pushing for high density. Not that I believe our communities at all can support the density that the state is asking of us, infrastructure-wise, water-wise. I don't necessarily think we can support that. We can't support more traffic, more cars on the road. So how do we get people off the road? That's not by putting them in unincorporated small areas, 20, however many units it was to the acre, which is just bonkers. And it ends up being that we're essentially segregated by income, and then that becomes by race. Because who can afford to live in these nice single-family homes in the cities versus who is being put into this low-income housing, high density. I just have a big problem with this being the direction that's being pushed, that we should build high density in unincorporated areas without having, what I've seen is not having the true environmental impacts and, investigated in the way that I think that they should be if we're going to be doing that, including the mental health of the people who live there and the quality of life that we're creating by intensifying areas that just can't absorb that. So, yeah, that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. I want to just chime in before we even go to council to say that that's a great segue into the rest of this item, because the 2010 general plan looked at that very carefully and identified community areas and rural centers. Community areas and rural centers, the identification of those was very carefully done and lots of input. And they prioritized community plans for the community areas because the community areas were intended to be the areas within the unincorporated county that would support this kind of growth. And they were going to need infrastructure, and they were going to basically need a plan for doing this. That, like the development evaluation system, has never come about. And so again, in my view, when we talk about the implementation of the plan, it's all of these pieces fitting together. And we're talking a lot about housing now, but I don't think it's a standalone. Commissioner, council, please.
I was just going to comment, I think we're getting maybe a little off topic here, and we will be back for a workshop as we've already discussed. But maybe, Melanie, you want to keep going on this item, and we could definitely take all these comments when we're back with you on the 15th.
I think that's what I just said, so I concur.
Great.
Of course, Commissioner Gomez.
This relates to, I was wondering if we could to segregate we have data, right? We have data. The data is very helpful in terms of the county meeting its goals. But what I'd like to see is the data by planning area, if that's possible, for us to see in the future. And also, with that, I would also like to see it, if it could be put in a pie chart by planning area, like the pie chart we have here. I think it'd be very helpful to let us know where these houses are being built.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Daniels is leaning forward.
Yes, just one final comment, because we will be coming back together on the 15th. And I know we're under the gun to get this done, done, but it would be really helpful to me if when we come back, we have some idea of what the policies and programs could be that would help to build this density. anything other than the inclusionary housing ordinance, because I really feel like, in particular in the 5th District, we know what that produces, and it's not the housing that we need. So any thoughts or ideas that we can discuss about how we can design some policies to build the kind of density that we've talked about in the areas that have been identified in the past as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Ms. Kinga?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify for the record, General Plan Policy 2.13 does require the Workforce 1 and 2 provisions. It also requires an update of our inclusionary housing ordinance, which is Chapter 1840 of the Monterey County Code, that has not been updated and currently does not include the provision for Workforce 1 and 2.
Thank you. Council?
I was just going to add, I don't know that you've covered this, but from what I've been told, staff is working on an amendment to Chapter 1840, the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, and that's been in the works for some time, but my understanding is it's moving now. Is that correct?
That is, and I'll go into the next part of my presentation and we'll talk about that.
Please do, Ms. Moretti.
Thank you. Great discussion, by the way. These are not easy policies to work out, so I really appreciate it. Okay, so now shifting gears from just housing more to general plan implementation and our reporting and long-range work program. So there were 2 amendments to the general plan this past year, specifically to the 1982 general plan. Those were in relation to, excuse me, I forgot to advance my notes. So one was in the Del Monte Forest land use plan area where the zoning was changed from open space resource conservation to medium density. That was a circumstance where a house was prior existing. And so the rezone was needed to address some compliance issues because it was just inappropriately zoned as open space with the existing home. And then also amendment to the North County land use plan, Moss Landing community plan. This was a parcel that had been owned by the school district that was subsequently sold, and therefore the land use designation description changed with it so it can be utilized for commercial uses. So the long-range work program is implemented primarily by Housing Community Development Department's Advanced Planning Team. So that is a team of 9, which includes a principal planner, 6 planning staff, and 2 management analysts. Certain tasks are also currently supported by the chief and director. We are working on transitioning those to be led by staff. And also partners in other departments, other portions of our own department. And so there are a couple of work program tasks that are on here, for example, that are led by the County Administrator's Office Sustainability Team or their cannabis teams. So over this past year, we were able to accomplish 9 tasks off our long-range work plan, complete them fully, and that included 2 state-mandated reports. We do those on an annual basis. This is one of them. The details of the accomplished tasks can be found in your Exhibit D. That's the detailed discussion. I'm just going to highlight a couple of those key accomplishments for this group. One, it did come up about accessory dwelling units. I did want to flag that we were able to complete and have available at no cost pre-approved accessory dwelling unit ADU plans that anyone in unincorporated county can utilize. And then we also launched a web page that accesses those plans as well as frequently asked questions and guidance on how to get started if you are interested in building an accessory dwelling unit in the unincorporated areas. And that web page is part of the presentation. We also recently adopted ordinance number 5414. That was our ordinance to mitigate for the loss of farmland or conversion of farmland to non-agricultural development. That was, your commission considered that and it was approved by the board. And so we now have those regulations put in place. And then also with funding through the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County, there was pass-through funding that went to that organization who was able to partner with various entities and involve multiple local Native American tribes to hold the 2023 Central Coast Caltex Multi-Day Prescribed Fire Training Exchange, which does a huge amount to cross-train and train across the region, as well as resulting in 20 acres of prescribed burns across the region. So that was a great accomplishment. Staff was also able to make progress, and in many cases, very substantial progress on 22 work program tasks, 20 of which had been planned last year when we were here before the commission and the board, 2 which arose as priorities during the work year that were unplanned. Just highlighting a couple, the coastal ordinance, the draft coastal ordinance, and updated language for the Carmel area and Big Sur land use plans to implement state law regarding ADUs have been drafted and reviewed by California Coastal Commission. And as I mentioned, I don't think I specifically called it out, the accessory dwelling unit regulations and the land use plan updates will be coming. We plan to bring those before the commission in June. Also, we were able to circulate the revised environmental impact report for the Carmel Lagoon project. So that is a suite of projects addressing balancing flood protection and habitat protection in the Carmel River adjacent to the lagoon. And we were able to circulate that for public draft, and that project and final EIR will also be moving forward in this coming year. Just a couple of other key accomplishments we wanted to flag. The climate action plan, the initial greenhouse gas mitigation strategies were drafted, and feedback was given on the CEQA approach. And so that plan is moving forward in this coming year and should be finalized in this coming work year. Also, we just were able to close the request for proposals for the Chular Community Plan. And so staff is reviewing and preparing to conduct interviews so we can select a consultant and get the community plan underway in this coming work year. So progress does continue on general plan housing elements, and I'll just reiterate here that we will have the draft housing element that will be available in May, and there will be multiple opportunities, including the workshop that we just discussed here on the 15th. In addition, our safety element, which is required to update concurrently with the housing element, that is well underway, as well as outreach for our environmental justice element, which is a new element, but that is being developed. And so we've completed community surveys, we've done some significant community outreach, and we're just starting to draft some of that preliminary information. I did want to flag that last night we did hold a community meeting with regards to those two, and so we'll be looking forward to taking the input we heard there and progressing those as well. So one of the unplanned tasks that came up, staff was able to, or the county was able to receive state pass-through funding for North County fire protection and eucalyptus removal. And so that's a program where I believe we received $1 million from the state. And so we have started the process of developing guidelines for a pilot program to implement and be able to utilize those funds. And so that is underway and will continue into this year. And then also, very importantly, we were able to circulate the draft EIR for vacation rental ordinances. And as I mentioned, we are planning to come before the commission for vacation rental ordinances with the final EIR on May 29th. So as we continue to move forward with our long-range work program, I just wanted to talk a little bit about generally how we prioritize our work. So the priorities in general, if it's a state, federal legal mandate that we have to accomplish, that ranks very high. Any board policy priorities as well as commission priorities, those rank high. Any tasks that we have specific outside or grant funding for to help augment our accomplishments rank well, and then also general plan implementation priorities, and then other tasks as time and resources allow. So while that's generally how we kind of prioritize, What we've instituted over the last couple years is adding another level to help communicate to you all and the public, the policymakers and the public, kind of a ranking. We have a lot of items that move in our long-range work program. And so we add this layer of ranking that relates more to actual assignments and staffing and work and current workload. And so just discussing that briefly. So we assign a number 1 to active projects. What those mean is they are assigned to staff, they're active, work is underway. We really try once an activity or a task is assigned and work is underway, we make every effort to keep momentum and to continue making progress on that work activity, especially for the long-range items. There's a lot of effort when you have a long pause and then have to reinitiate an activity. So we make every effort to keep those assigned progress underway. And unless we get very specific direction that a particular task is no longer a priority, is deprioritized, or should be on hold, that's our policy. How we rank within that, it really depends on multiple considerations, which just briefly include just staff, staff expertise and staff assignments. We can't easily switch tasks from one staff to another once they're up and running on it. Also, we have administrative timelines. Sometimes there's required response timelines, 30-day, 45-day public review periods, and our consultant schedules. So on projects that we involve consultants, we're coordinating with as they get deliverables to us and our turnaround time for those. And then sometimes there's items that we're just able, kind of low-hanging fruit, we can move it quickly. So we really balance all of that, try to do work planning in kind of the 3 to 6 month time frame with our staff that take in all of those pieces into consideration. And I noted it earlier, but I do want to note that currently our Rank 1 projects do include projects that our chief and director are lead on, which is not a very good sustainable model. So we are looking to transition those so that as staff are able to come in and take the lead, and therefore it frees up the chief and the director to provide more of that oversight and more broadly across all of the projects. So we are working on that transition, and that's accounted for in our work program this year. We then have kind of our second category, the pending active. And so these are projects that we look at based on our existing staff, based on our understanding of priorities and how we think things will be moving, that we anticipate as there's a gap, either other tasks are completed or we have a significant opening in staff schedule. We do anticipate that those would be assigned and work would get underway in the current year with existing staff. And then 3 are pending projects. So those are ones that are we understand their priorities, they're important, they're on our work program, but we don't think we're gonna get them with our existing staff. We do have a current vacancy, 1 remaining vacancy of an assistant planner on the advanced planning team. And then, of course, we've got myself, my permanent position is principal planner, acting as chief, so we are down 1 management personnel on the team. So as we're able to fill those positions over the next year, that will help us be able to commence potentially some of those pending or any new tasks that come up. So with that, I will just talk briefly about, there's upwards of 30 work program tasks that are either underway or we anticipate progress on in this coming year. This first slide is generally, I tried to order it how staff understands truly our top priorities are. But again, there's many factors at any given time for how things move. What I can say in the near term, it's very clear housing element update as well as vacation rental ordinance are our very top priorities. How this plays out is, for example, as I mentioned, the May 29th Planning Commission meeting. We had our housing element draft workshop that was timed out to potentially be that date. We had vacation rental ordinances for that date, and our accessory dwelling unit ordinance and land use plan updates were all landing and could go on that date. Given the prioritization of housing element, vacation rentals will hold that date. We have a special meeting for the housing element, and we then push the accessory dwelling units forward by a meeting so that we could also bring forward the current planning. So it's a great problem to have that we actually have all of these items moving, but that's just kind of in real time how the ranking, we make those decisions in terms of staff allocation and priorities for workshop and hearing dates. So again, the list, so generally, for example, our staff that is assigned the zoning ordinance map updates, they are also assigned the rezoning to accompany our housing element. So we anticipate all of that's going to move forward, but if there's ever kind of push and shove between deadlines and timelines and resources, we would prioritize the rezone for housing element over the zoning ordinance. I don't actually anticipate that with those two. We've timed them out pretty nicely, but just as a simplistic example. And we will be bringing forward just some key things to watch. So the Carmel Lagoon project and final EIR will be going before the board this year. And again, we'll have a lot of rezoning, both to implement the 2010 general plan, which your commission had a workshop on not that long ago, as well as concurrently moving forward the rezone to accompany the housing element. So there are some activities that remain. These are not, they're moving, but we make progress on them as we're able. And I just wanted to flag, for example, the 1982 general plan updates. We have been incorporating consideration of those as we are updating our land use plans. So for example, the Big Sur LUP, we're actually doing our review and analysis to see any additional general plan elements that might require update that we could update through that land use plan update as we're actively doing that. So this list here, now we've moved into the pending active. So these are the projects that based on staff availability, based on kind of how things are shaping up, and that we would anticipate some action starting in this coming year. That may shift around. For example, Senate Bill 9, develop DES. So DES is actually a policy that State Housing Community Development flagged and is actually being considered potentially as a barrier to housing. And so it's intertwined with our housing element update, as are the SB 9 ordinance updates. And so, so we do expect we may get some of these moving ahead of the housing element, or they may start to converge with some of the housing element implementation. And I think as we get feedback through the draft housing element from the policymakers, that will help guide us in terms of what do we move ahead on now, what do we kind of wait as a bundle, et cetera, and kind of the importance of those pieces. And then these additional ones, they were on our list, but we don't realistically think we'll get to them pending something shifting in our staffing availability in this coming year. But again, we will definitely move them, either if directed to increase them. For example, vehicle miles traveled, that is intertwined with our housing element as well. Some potential work could happen under that. We've already identified a couple of 2024 potentials that were not already on our work program. These were actually discussed yesterday at the Board of Supervisors. So one thing that specifically came up, the item prior to the general plan reports and long-range work program, the board heard a good deal from, actually received a presentation and gave some direction regarding cannabis consumption lounges. And so the board did give direction to move forward with regulations that could allow cannabis consumption lounges if we could secure either outside consulting and or probably most efficiently a retired annuitant who could help carry that forward to reduce the spillover of that additional work on HCD staff so as to not bump other things off. So we will be looking specifically forward if we're able to bring on a retired annuitant or other outside resource that could carry forward the consumption lounge activity without derailing our other long-range work programs. In addition, we do have a board referral to look at the Bolsa Knolls area, the Little Bear Creek Flood Creek Maintenance program, that we do have an active referral that may gain some activity. That might fall more to Public Works, Facilities, Parks, but there still would be required HCD staff time to support that as well. And then also there have been discussions about tree policies and regulations as they relate in particular to fire fuel management that we anticipate might also come forward during the year. So these are the ones we know of. There might be others. And again, we really look to the commission and look to the board to give us very clear direction on how any of these new activities rank according to kind of the other activities that we have moving, so that we can know if we need to move something off of our active list, or if we know we can kind of put these in the queue with our pending, but assign them ahead of any others. So we really look forward to that conversation and direction. And then just to give kind of the funding perspective, which the commission doesn't weigh in necessarily on the funding, but we do have outside consultant costs identified at approximately $1.2 million to implement our work program for this coming year. About $100,000 of that is coming from grants, outside grants. $316,000 are outside funds. That's specifically funding for habitat management activities in the former Fort Ord. And then we've submitted approximately $775,000 in augmentation requests to the board, predominantly for general plan implementation. And the majority of the cost for general plan implementation is actually for an environmental impact report to be developed for the housing element. So with that, staff asked that the commission find that consideration of the annual reports is not a project subject to CEQA. You receive the annual progress reports for the general plan implementation and housing element, and provide direction to staff on the 5-year long-range planning work program. Staff's available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redding. That's an excellent presentation, and I applaud the organization of it. It's just really nice to see a plan that really has some teeth to it. I'm going to start out this discussion by asking that we, in these reports, list all of the community areas and all the rural centers that are identified in the 2010 general plan and slated for community plan and other infrastructure development. And I'm saying this because I hear the concern around the development evaluation system. And the development evaluation system is part of the stool that includes these development of the community plans, because it's meant to reflect the ease that would be provided for dense development in community areas once we change the zoning and provide the infrastructure in those areas to support housing. So everybody who comes forward with a plan for multi-unit housing in those areas does not have to have a general plan amendment. I mean, and you look at Castroville is one of the areas that has a community plan, and development in Castroville has been accelerated as a result in the housing types that are actually addressing some of our needs. So when we talk about the development evaluation system, I would strongly recommend that we every time list the community areas, talk about the priority of the community areas and what we want to do there, list the rural centers, which are the second tier of that, because it's not a standalone thing. And in and of itself, it is absolutely a housing barrier. It is meant to be directing growth into the areas where we can support it. If you look at it as standalone, it makes no sense. If you look at it as part of a package, it might. So that's my first comment about priorities. And I'm going to, anybody else has a brief comment, and then we want to hear from the public before we take a quick break. So Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. On that note, where is the Pajaro Community Plan? Did I miss it? I don't see it ranked in there at all.
If I may, can I have, can you share staff's presentation through the HDMI? Alex or Quinn? Oh, did I forget to plug it in? I'm sorry. That's okay. We figured it out together. That was me. I plugged power, but not HDMI. Okay. All right, thank you. So in this current year and last year, HCD staff is supporting the Pajaro Community Recovery Planning. We have the Chular Community Plan, which is, as I mentioned, got underway in last year and will be moving forward, we'll have a consultant on board starting this year. We have the Pajaro Community Plan. We actually have planned for year 2, which is not this 24 to 23 or to 25, but it'll be in the 25 to 26. So we're anticipating that community plan will get underway as we finish up some of the general plan elements to have that capacity to start another community plan. So that's where Pajaro is in our work program. And staff is clear, it is a high priority. I did want to also, while I'm here, just specifically go to Baranda, because that is another community plan. So Baranda, we have queued out for year 3. So we're getting Chular underway. We'll be moving that forward as we finish things up in the subsequent year 2, Pajaro, and then right behind Pajaro, we have Baranda as the next priority community plan. And then I did want to roll. So we probably will make some adjustments to this. Currently, the rural centers, capital improvement and financing plans are scheduled for year 2. But honestly, I think that's just, it's been in year 2 for a while and we just haven't gotten that deep. I anticipate from staff's perspective, the higher priority is the community plan areas. And then we would subsequently move the rural center capital improvement plans or bring them forward concurrently. And we're very open to feedback on that as well, because I do understand it all functions together. So we do anticipate having those community plans all underway and then starting to be completed over the next 3 and then final completion to 5 years.
Through the chair, I guess I just wanted to add to that evidence that this is completely, in my eyes, a disaster that we don't have a community plan. A couple of weeks ago, we had the county present a potential road improvement project that went from the beginning of the bridge, the Santa Cruz County line, all the way to the edge of the valley in Pajaro on Salinas Road. And there was about 50 community members, business people at that meeting. And the county had hired, I guess, I don't know if it was engineers or these consultants, paid them God knows what, to come up with the plan that was absolutely a fantasy, completely ridiculous. And people were outraged, including myself, at what was being proposed, because it would have been a complete disaster for everybody who lived there. And having a community plan that has had the environmental studies done to show what the traffic impacts currently are, what they potentially could be, what could we absorb, would have prevented the county just flushing all this money down the toilet and all this grant money that we were looking for the state to give us. It's like it's burning a hole in the county's pocket to spend it, but this was just a horrible and epic waste of money on the county's part because we don't have this community plan. And I guess I'm just going to be that squeaky wheel at every meeting. And I don't mean to come down on people who truly can't do anything about it. It's goes higher than this and goes way farther back than probably even I've been alive at this point, this problem. But I guess this is just not the end of me bitching and moaning about this, because it really pisses me off.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners before we go to the public? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to commend the staff for, I think it's a really well plan in terms of the Monterey County General Plan implementation. Kind of reminds me when I was a principal and we had to come up with these plans over a 4 or 5 year plan that you had to have all this information. So I really like how it was set up. I know we had to put in terms of who was responsible to do what pieces. And I guess my question from there would be, do we already have who is going to be individuals in charge of this particular areas, or is that still in the process of being developed in terms of who's in charge of what components.
If I think I understand the question, for any project that's active, that's assigned to number one, those are assigned to staff, so we're very clear who's the lead and kind of who's supporting on those. For any of the pending or future projects, those haven't yet been assigned, and we would that would be informed based on kind of what our staffing and workload is at the time.
So that would be for year one. So people have already been assigned for each of those.
Yeah, so for everything that's year one, that's number one active, all of those have been assigned to current staff who are working on them. And the year one, number twos, which are the pending active, I generally know who we're going to assign them to, but they could shift around.
Anyone else? Seeing no one on the commission, I'm going to open it to public comment, ask if anybody in the chambers would like to speak on this item. I don't see anyone in the chambers for that. I see we have an Andrew, and I'm not going to try this last name, with his hand up. Andrew, you have the floor and 3 minutes. Andrew, are you able to unmute your microphone? I think you have permission to do so.
Andrew, you are on mute, but we can't hear you.
Having no information beyond that, we're going to take a break from Andrew. Perhaps we'll come back if you can figure out how to unmute yourself. In the meantime, we're going to go to, I have a hand up from Laura. Laura, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I'll be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Since the county adopted the general plan update in 2010, Landwatch has tracked plan implementation. 14 years later, 72 policy categories remain incomplete. Of particular importance are the Development Evaluation System, or DES, the Climate Action Plan, and the community plans for Baranda, Chualar, and Pajaro. The DES was allotted an implementation period of 1 year, meaning completion in 2011. It is now 2024. Landwatch is at a loss to understand a 14-year plus implementation period for a task that the county expected to complete in 12 months. We urge the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and the Chief Administrative Office to examine this management failure and to address it by establishing clear priorities, deadlines, and staff responsibilities for completing the tasks identified in 2010 without further delay. As a separate issue, but also related to excessive delay, I would like to draw attention to Landwatch's concerns about the county's failure to submit the updated housing element on time. As a result of this delay, unincorporated areas are now subject to unplanned and unregulated growth by developers under the builder's remedy. Landwatch urges the county to complete its mandated housing element with special attention to state guidelines and smart planning principles, including identifying sites that allow for adequate density to facilitate affordability, locating lower income housing within already urbanized areas of the county where there are economic, educational, recreational, and cultural opportunities, and focusing new residential development in infill areas to minimize vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions, to avoid sprawl development, to preserve open space, and to take advantage of access to existing infrastructure, services, and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, you still have your hand up. Are you able to unmute? If so, you have 3 minutes. Again, we're not hearing you.
Andrew, it does show that you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. If you would like to try to call in, I can provide that phone number. The phone number is 1-669-900-6833. And the meeting ID is 989-2782-2741. Or you may also submit your public comment to the email on the screen, which is pchearingcomments@co.monterey.ca.us.
All right, and so seeing no progress thus far, in the meantime, Madam Clerk, do we have any emails on this item? I see no other hands up.
There's no new emails at this moment.
Thank you. And I note that Andrew has vanished from the screen, so I don't know what that's about. Perhaps we'll wait just another second in case there's a phone call entry. I'm not seeing anyone, but I don't know if I would. All right, seeing no progress, I'm going to go ahead and regretfully close the public hearing. I hope that we get an email that we can add to the record with Andrew's comments, and come back to the commission. And I think, unless there are any closing comments anybody wants to make, staff, have you received all of the information that you require?
Yes, thank you.
Very well. I'm going to go ahead and give us a brief break here and ask everybody to come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. convene when we were.
That's
We-
the thing for me, where I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just kind of.
Well, thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to resume this meeting, and it is up to agenda item number 2. It doesn't sound like a lot, but in fact, it is. And that is PLN 220117, the Dolores Pass LLC. And staff, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Alex or Quinn, please share my presentation using staff right. Good morning, Chair Deal and Planning Commissioners. I'm Benjamin Moulton, Project Planner for the Dolores Pass LLC application, HCD Planning File number PLN 220117. This item was continued at the Planning Commission hearings on October 25th, 2023, and again at the applicant's request on January 10, 2024. The project has been redesigned, and that is what will be presented this morning. The project is located at 24726 Dolores Street, just north of Carmel by the Sea, in the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. The property is zoned medium-density residential with a density of 2 units per acre and a design control overlay in the coastal zone. The project scope is to allow the demolition of a detached garage and remaining foundation and walkways of a previously demolished single-family residence, and the construction of a new 3,810 square foot single-family residence, inclusive of a 441 square foot attached garage and a 158 square foot basement. The project would entail removal of 14 native trees, development on slopes in excess of 30%, and development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. This is the existing topographic survey, which shows the detached garage and remaining foundation of the former residence that would be removed, and the proposed site plan. The redesign and resiting of the residence has removed it off of slopes greater than 30%. This is the proposed primary elevation facing Dolores Street and the proposed colors and materials palette. The finishes include black window and door frames, a black standing seam roof, warm gray wood siding, warm gray open-face stone cladding, a gray smooth coat stucco, and wood grape stake fencing. These materials, particularly the wood and stone, blend the building into its surrounding in accordance with the requirements of the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. The outline of the proposed residence has been flagged with poles and orange netting. It is somewhat obscured by a tree cover, but the orange netting is shown here in the center. These are photos of some of the neighboring residences along Dolores Street. The neighborhood is principally developed with 1- and 2-story single-family residences. A variety of architectural styles are present, but hip roof forms feature prominently in many of the residences. The proposed residence is consistent with this pattern of development. The project was referred to the Carmel Highlands Unincorporated Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval as proposed at their July 17, 2023 meeting. Overall proposed grading consists of approximately 160 cubic yards of cut and 25 cubic yards of fill, a portion of which are on slopes in excess of 30%. To allow development on slopes greater than 30% requires a coastal development permit and a finding that either the development on slopes is unavoidable or that it better achieves the policies and goals of the county's local coastal program. In the picture on the left, dark and light gray shading indicates areas of cut and fill, respectively. These areas will be graded after removing the remaining footprint of the former residence to create proper drainage away from the proposed dwelling. A portion of the grading will be on slopes greater than 30%, shown in the picture on the right, in green and indicated by the arrows. This amounts to 229 square feet of development. Development here is unavoidable as the proposed residence has been redesigned and sited to avoid slopes greater than 30%, and in order to install adequate stormwater control measures with minimal impact to slopes requires grading in this amount. It cannot be resited south or east while meeting setback requirements, and attempting to move it north or west would not reduce impact to slopes. The installation of these stormwater drainage improvements better achieves the policies of the local coastal program, which requires that on-site drainage be designed to accommodate increased runoff from site modification. The project proposes the removal of 14 native trees consisting of 3 landmark Monterey pine, 10 coast live oak, and 1 redwood tree. In the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, the thinning of trees less than 12 inches in diameter does not require a coastal development permit, so only the 3 landmark pine, shown in red, and the 2 coast live oak, shown in blue, for a total of 5, would require a coastal development permit to allow their removal. The removal of landmark trees may only be permitted if the trees are not visually or historically significant, and there are no alternatives to avoid their removal. Tree number 128 is in the footprint of the proposed residence, and attempting to resite the home further north would entail additional development on slopes and potential impact to a landmark redwood tree. Tree number 115 is in poor condition, and previous development has left it susceptible to being uprooted by wind. Tree number 114 has 2 longitudinal fissures, and according to the forester, would be destabilized by any excavation around its base. As the project involves recontouring this area for the driveway, excavation around the base of this tree would be unavoidable, making its removal necessary. In accordance with the Coastal Implementation Plan regulations for the Carmel area, other tree removal is either limited to those necessary for the proposed development or required for the overall health and long-term maintenance of the forest. All other trees are in the immediate footprint of the proposed residence except for number 119, number 129, and number 135. These trees are in poor health and recommended for removal by the forester. In accordance with the forester's recommendation, staff is recommending that all trees be replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio for a total of 14 trees. The project is within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. An archaeological report was prepared which consisted of archival research from the Northwest Information Center and a pedestrian reconnaissance of the site. The report findings were negative for any potential resources. However, in consideration of the sensitivity of the area, the archaeologists recommended archaeological and tribal cultural monitoring during ground disturbance and construction worker sensitivity training for cultural resources. Staff is recommending for condition 10, which would require the applicant to adhere to the recommendations of the archaeologist. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission find that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines and approve a combined development permit for the construction of a single-family dwelling, tree removal, development on slopes, and development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. No, excellent presentation. Commissioner Daniels? Through the microphone.
My apologies, through the microphone, thank you. Tree number 119 that is away from the building but is in poor health, is there any more information about that? Tree or an image? I was looking in the tree report just to see if we could get a peek of that tree. In the comments, it just says suppressed, but it doesn't, from the map, it doesn't indicate that there's anything around it or what the story is.
you want to think about that while we're moving on to somebody? Is that okay? I think Commissioner Gomez, were you leaning forward?
I was just going to say perhaps is probably a better question for the applicant, right? I don't know.
Thank you. We do always want to have the professional judgment of staff on the record as in addition to the applicant. I mean, what we expect from them, we rely heavily upon it. Mr. Bolton, are you ready now?
Through the chair. In the forestry report, suppressed is a comment that's found under another category of poor condition. So judging by the arborist opinion, it falls under a poor condition status.
Through the chair, if possible, just to get any more information at some point, that would be great. It seems from the map that you had on the screen of the trees that are going to be removed, it's significantly far away from the home, and I just happen to love redwoods. I'm just curious to know more information about why this, in particular, this tree is in fact suppressed, or any other information we can get would be terrific. Thank you, though.
In my experience, redwoods are really good at dealing with suppression. Thank you. Maybe you can look at that while we're proceeding. Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just hoping you might summarize or if any changes in the construction and in the plans. I know last time we looked at plans and it was big, and the lot and the slopes and the grading that was needed. Could I just hear those changes? Thank you.
Yes, the biggest changes are the removal of the entire residence from slopes in excess of 30%. With that comes certain changes necessary for the stormwater control measures. Previously, there was significant trench to the west of the property that has been removed. And now the stormwater control measures consist of roof downspouts to splash box onto the landscape. There are 2 downspouts near the front of the house, and that's trapped by the grading that I mentioned, and those drain to a storm drain. The driveway drains to a trench drain in front of the house. That was also included in the previous design. And there is also, from the previous design, a storm drain discharges to an energy dissipator, which then disperses the water to the landscape. So removing the house from all slopes in excess of 30% and a change in the stormwater control measures. Also, a slight reduction of 100 square feet to the overall design. These are the most significant changes. There were 2 other trees that were slated for removal, but with the redesign, those can be saved. Although with the redesign, it impacts 2 other trees. So the number of trees from the previous plan and the trees slated for removal for this one, the number stays the same.
Thank you. Through the chair. Just a little follow-up. The number of trees stays the same, but is it still the same landmark trees as before?
The same landmark trees, yes. I can tell you specifically in just a moment.
Through the chair, while Mr. Moulton is looking for that, page 4 of the arborist report that's attached to the staff report, it states that the redwoods appear to have been planted at the northwest corner of the property as a privacy hedge, and these have grown beyond containment. So based on this information, it appears that the redwood is planted in some type of container, which is suppressing the growth.
Sorry, if you could just point to what page?
Sure. On the PDF, it's page 6, but the actual page number is page 4.
Is there a photograph of that tree, staff?
And it's under bullet number 8 on page 4.
I lost the bubble here, but we didn't get an answer yet for Commissioner Monsalve's question. You're still looking?
Chair, that is correct. I'm still looking.
Okay. Just don't want to get lost.
Through the chair, I believe there's a photograph of the redwood on page 17 of the arborist report. The redwood is towards the right of the photograph, and it has a lean to it, and then there's a retaining wall surrounding it.
It doesn't look like a redwood to me there.
Is that a pine?
That's a pine
I
tree.
believe it to be a pine tree, yeah.
And 119 would not be that large. Perhaps on the left side of the photograph.
Yes, everyone wants to know the individual tree. Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if, I know the LUAC reviewed and approved the initial application, but did they review this revision or the redesign, and did they have any input, or did they not have a chance because they already had approved? I don't know the process. Thank you.
They had previously approved the previous design, and there were insignificant enough changes to the design in the present design that did not warrant going back.
I would comment that when we are doing environmental work, if the design makes fewer exceptions, you don't have to review it. If it makes for more impacts, you do. So maybe using that same rationale, even though this isn't, makes sense to me. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So the house was moved off the slopes. Was it moved closer to the property line then in any one direction? And I'm wondering if it was moved closer to a property line, if that happened, were there new story poles put up so that the neighbors could kind of get an idea of the impact?
Through the chair, there were new story poles put up, and I made 2 site visits to ensure that picture is accurate in the presentation. And it did not move any closer to the property line. Rather, with the redesign, the bulk of the house is now, well, the entire house is off of slopes in excess of 30%. The outline you see of the house in the proposal on the screen, you'll see a balcony that extends over slopes in excess of 30%, but it moved no closer to the property line.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Roberts?
First, I want to say thank you to staff for the large-size plans. I don't know who's responsible for that, but that is a little bit slice of heaven for me. The second question I have is related to the basement. I thought that there was a kind of a prohibition on any kind of basement in the coastal zone because of Coastal Commission direction. But then secondly, and then the other question I have is about the development on the slopes. And in reading the findings and evidence, I guess I think this was my concern on this project before, in general with slopes is, we say that there was no other feasible alternative. And I guess my question is, if the house overall was smaller, is there a feasible alternative, or is there literally no feasible alternative? Because if there's no feasible alternative, then we just need to specify why that is. Because as it reads, it kind of it kind of suggests maybe if the house were smaller, stormwater could be accomplished in another manner. So I guess those are my 2 questions at this point.
Yes, Commissioner. Previously, there was no consideration for a redesign of the house. So within that context, there was no feasible alternative. However, with the applicant volunteering to do a continuance to consider a redesign, that then became an option. And with the redesign and with the changes to the stormwater control measures, this is the very best.
So then to follow up on that, does that mean there's no feasible alternative based on how the applicant has proposed their project, or there's genuinely no feasible alternative to develop on slopes?
I think there is always an option. This is my opinion, that they can have a much reduced house with what the applicant has planned to do and has paid money for a designer to make. This is, in staff's opinion, as very close to compliance and minimizing development on slopes as can be done.
Okay. I don't have any further on that, but then just if we can make sure that regardless of which direction this heads, that finding kind of verbalizes that in a way that reflects this project, I guess. And then going back to the basements, do you know, is that something that Coastal Commission is going to have an issue with?
That was specifically for Carmel Point, where there is significant cultural resources present.
Okay, then I guess going back to follow up further on that, I mean, I understand Carmel Point has its own significant resources, but I think this said archaeological resources are obviously, this is high archaeological site as well. And so I guess for our discussion, it's whether, I guess the Coastal Commission has only designated Carmel Point as a no basement zone, but I mean, so that's an issue, I guess.
Through the chair. So the Carmel Point area is entirely within a positive site. There are many sites within it. This particular lot is, again, not in Carmel Point. It is not on a positive site, but it is within 750 feet of a known positive site. So that's kind of the main difference. In addition, the site was highly disturbed due to an existing single-family dwelling that straddled the property line between this subject property and the one just north to it. There's still a garage and I believe retaining walls that would have to be removed. So there was significant grading and construction on the site. And the archaeologist found it to be negative.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, going back to the same question as far as the basement, that's 750 feet to known archaeological resources, and the area might have been highly disturbed. However, did they dig that far enough as far as the basement, or was it more on the side of the hill? So I know that we've talked about basements in Carmel Point and this particular one. So my, again, as some of the other commissioners concerned with that. Now, I guess a question for me would be as far as, and maybe I oversaw it from the last time, was there a basement also proposed the last time it was brought, or was this something added to it?
Through the chair, there was a basement proposed in the previous design. Even that has been reduced in size. The one proposed here is smaller by approximately 100 square feet.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think do we ever address the pending question?
Through the chair, yes. There were two trees, number 117 and 118, that If you look on the picture before you, it's just to the left of the pine number 115. Those two have been, they're no longer on the removal list because of the redesign. And at the bottom of the screen, trees number 130 and 131, those are now within the footprint of the redesigned house. And I can tell you the diameters of those trees. Tree 117 is 8 inches, and tree number 117 is 8 inches, and tree 118 is 14 inches. Those two have been removed from the tree removal list. And the two trees now within the footprint are 6 and 8 inches respectively. So one tree over 12 inches in diameter was removed from that list.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Commissioner Daniels.
So I'm just going to return to tree 119. Do you have the diameter of tree 119?
Through the chair, yes. Tree number 119 is 6 inches.
Okay, so I don't know if it's going to be what we're seeing, but in the photographs in Exhibit F, I believe it is, on the left-hand side, it looks like you do see where redwood trees are. And so I'm curious if 119 is like within a bunch of redwood trees. Is it a standalone redwood tree? Because you do see redwood trees in an area that the ground has not been maintained. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but the leaves themselves look very healthy, as well as I think at one point this must be a larger redwood tree because it's much larger than 6 inches, but about 3 or 4 pictures in, you do see along a fence line a redwood tree. And I just want to clarify that this is not the redwood tree that's being removed. Again, it looks like it's much larger than 6 inches, but it is a standalone tree in this area, and it does look quite healthy.
Through the chair, I think you're correct in that that picture may not represent the tree in question.
And through the chair, the Carmel Area Coastal Implementation Plan lists trees that are larger than 12 inches as protected trees. This redwood being 6 inches in diameter.
Not protected.
And therefore is not included as part of the coastal development permit for tree removal.
Thank you.
That's very clear. Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Just a quick question, just to be nitpicky. I'm noticing the balcony is in the setback, and I'm wondering what are the regulations around having that hang into the setback?
Yes, through the chair. Just one moment, please. The structure has a 5-foot south side setback, which complies with the minimum required, and there is a portion of the stairway and landing for the balcony on the southern portion of the residence that encroaches into the balcony, the setback by 1 foot 10 inches. That encroachment is allowed by the setback exception established in Title 20, Section 20.62040D. Which allows uncovered stairs and landings to encroach into any required side setback up to a maximum of 3 feet.
Through the chair, I just noticed that as well, but the balcony corner in the top left, that's in the 10-foot setback. rear setback, excuse me.
Through the chair, Commissioner is correct. Also, in this case, while the structure complies with the 10-foot rear setback, a portion of the balcony does encroach into the setback by 1 foot 4 inches. And citing the same section of Title 20, that allows uncovered decks to encroach into rear setbacks by no more than 6 feet. And so the proposed balcony is still consistent with the exception to regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further questions for staff, I'm going to open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward if they wish to do so. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Angie Ferris. I'm the applicant here representing this project. Good morning to all of you. This was seen in October of last year before you guys once before, and we did take into consideration all of your comments to try and, make this work with all of those. So we have reduced it, we have redesigned it, and hoping that that is what you guys are looking to see. In regards to tree number 119, the redwood, in all honesty, it doesn't impact our structure at all. So if it is something that's a contention point, we would be willing to keep it.
Thank you. I mean, you have more of a presentation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm more available for comments, really. I think Ben and Anna have done a great job presenting my project.
Thank you. And you've had an opportunity to review the conditions, and you're okay with all of them?
We are, yes.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant, Commissioner Shaw?
I guess also for staff, if you could just pull back up that, because I don't have it in the packet, the map that shows the trees that are to be removed.
This is a question for the applicant, right?
I'll segue. Did you want to address this?
No, so this is a question for the applicant, right?
Sorry. Okay. Maybe not that.
Yeah, it's questions for staff would come later. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yeah, just a question as far as this particular project. Is this house where the applicant going to be living in, or is this something that's going to be used eventually for a kind of vacation rental, or?
At this time, I'm not sure. As far as I know, they will be living there, but I personally will not be living there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? Seeing no one here, I don't see any hands up. Madam Clerk, am I missing anything, and do we have any emails? Oh, there is one more person here. You didn't put your hand up. Welcome. You have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Martin Ragno, and I'm a co-owner of the lot next to this property. It's on the right side uphill. So tree 119 is a young redwood. The big redwood that you're talking about is on the borderline, on the property line. It's just west of the little tree. So the little tree does provide some screening to our house. So if all possible, it'd be great if it could stay there. I mean, it is small and it's suppressed by the big redwood above it and by the oak trees on the front parking strip. So if there's any way that could stay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very helpful comment. Anybody else? Madam Clerk, anybody else?
There's no new hands up on Zoom and no new emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to invite the applicant back forward to address anything they may have heard in public comment, if they would care to do so.
Just to tree number 119, we would be willing to keep it.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. And I think Commissioner Shaw had a question for staff, correct?
Yes, thank you. So to clarify, so first thing that I would in the future appreciate having that map of the trees that are to be removed provided so that you don't have to keep referring back to it. I don't think it's probably possible to put it back on there, but something that is of note is that one of the landmark trees is being removed in the same location that encroachment that is legally allowed, but that stairway is happening in that 5-foot setback. And I guess being a landmark tree, I'm wondering what is advisable distance away from a tree that construction can happen that wouldn't impact the health of the tree? Because to me, this looks like you cut 10 feet off of your house, off your garage, and then you leave the tree alone. This seems like a simple solution. Maybe it's not, but I just wanted to point that out for other commissioners as well.
Staff, can we have the visual back up again so we can all follow along? Commissioner Shaw, can you point me to where you're thinking of?
Yeah, if you look at, I believe it's Pine Tree 128, which is the red landmark tree at the bottom of your screen. You notice that also falls into the stairs that also encroach into that setback.
Yes, through the chair. In consideration of its health, it has also been considered for removal, not just for the foundation of the house and the footprint, but one thing to consider is also the canopy and how that's affected by the design of the house and other trees around it. When the forester has a recommendation for removal, these things are reviewed. We don't take them at face value. In this case, because of its poor condition, its proximity to the house, and also in consideration of the excavation that will need to go on for the house and the impact that would have on the root systems, all these things are taken into account, not just we need to remove this tree because it's where we want to put what we want, but also for the aforementioned items.
Through the chair, thank you. And I just wanted, I guess, to echo what Commissioner Deal has mentioned before. Do we ever see any good condition trees or like great condition trees? I guess maybe for future planners or the arborists, I would like to also see those listed. I don't know if they're just leaving them off because maybe they're irrelevant, but that would help me, if they actually exist, not feel like this is always in favor of cutting down. Anyways, thank you for your explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? I just want to weigh in and say that I am indeed a person who is concerned about trees, and landmark Monterey pine trees are suspect. They don't live that long. So they live maybe 75 to 100 years. By the time they reach landmark status, unfortunately, they are starting to be at the end of their lives and often becoming less healthy, shedding branches and all that sort of thing. So as much as I and actually have worked very hard to preserve some of these older trees, and we've maybe got another 25 years out of them by extraordinary measures, they don't live that long. So as far as landmark trees, oaks from me are extremely important. Redwoods are important. Great big Monterey pines, not so much. Personal opinion there. Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to acknowledge the staff work on this and also the applicant for indulging us and taking in all the suggestions that we made back in October. So I appreciate that personally. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I have to agree with that. Commissioner Monsalve?
My recollection of that October meeting was that the general opinion of the commission included that the proposed building was too large for the lot. And now we heard that the changes are insignificant enough to warrant a second LUAC review. So I'm a little bit torn to acknowledge that the changes are significant enough to accommodate the lot now. If they were too, if the changes are insignificant enough to warrant a second review. My second comment is that the only feasible option to accomplish, or this is the project proposed as the only feasible option to accomplish the owner's goals, but not necessarily to accommodate the lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Commissioner Roberts?
This may still be a question for staff, but I'm still interested in the basement issue and whether or not this is sort of precedent setting. And looking at the pictures that were provided, it looks like at least one of those houses has a basement, but I'm curious to know what that looks like up there in that neighborhood.
Through the chair, speaking for this lot specifically, I can say that there was a basement installed in the first house that was constructed in 1938. It was an addition in 1947. As for the homes in the area, I have not researched other basements in the area. That is something that I can look into.
Honestly, that information is very useful to me. If it had an existing basement, I mean, that changes it to me that it's been disturbed, and that's part of, that's not, I guess, a new consideration for this lot. So I don't know if that's memorialized in the findings at all, but that would be important to me.
Commissioner, are you suggesting that double check make sure it's in the findings?
Yes, please.
And I believe you had another finding requirement or
Yes.
question.
Going back to the 30% slope finding, it's page 10 of the findings and evidence, and it's page 20 of our packet. It's finding 6 and evidence C. It says there are both no alternatives to avoid development in these locations, and the implementation of the drainage plan better achieves the goals of the local coastal program. And I guess it's the no alternative to avoid development in these locations is the sentence that's giving me a little bit of heartache.
Thank you. I was just asking the secretary the question of whether somebody can be required to make a smaller house when the house they're proposing doesn't require any exceptions with respect to setbacks certainly is something we've talked about for many, many, many years and in many, many, many settings without much resolution. So I'm going to ask the secretary if she has any thoughts about it's not appropriate to make a house this big in this area when it appears to generally comply with the rules that are on the books.
So I think so generally from staff's perspective, staff does work extensively with applicants to push back and try to get as much of the development to comply with the site and the regulations without exceptions and without having to make additional findings for those exceptions. It is not typically, because often staff is in a perspective of needing to take at face value, for example, the applicants and their intention for the lot, their intention for the purchase, their intention for that economic investment. And so that is where staff does work to bring forward a recommendation that looks at alternatives that stays as conforming to the rules as possible. I think that in the broader perspective, if there's a desire for staff to change its approach and look at kind of adherence as that starting point, I think we can do that, but it is a difficult, I think it's something that just needs to be looked into further and that we'd want to, and I think having I think an absence of clarity in the regulations of what more specific, I think that clarity in the regulations from staff's perspective would give more teeth for staff to be able to push back and require that you design to stay within the regulations than currently. And I don't know if County Council has more opinion on that.
Well, it kind of is interesting to say that we'd need an additional rule to say you have to abide by the rules, but Commissioner Daniels?
I just want to comment through the chair that lack of clarity has also come up when we're talking about consistency with neighborhood character. And if I do remember correctly, this lot, the size of this house, the comparisons were not similar in size. If I remember, staff's report identified the square footage of the neighboring houses and the square footage of this house. And if I remember correctly, it was significantly larger than the neighboring homes or the homes in the neighborhood. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is accurate in that it is larger than houses in the vicinity.
And so when we're looking through the chair for some clarity, I mean, that would be something I would hope that staff would look at in the future in terms of consistency with neighborhood character. And also when we're looking at homes in places like Carmel, I feel like and this has been done in Pebble Beach as well, where the area and the distance that staff will go out and say it's consistent and compare it to something that's several blocks away that could be a completely different type of neighborhood, right, in some of these smaller areas, doesn't help. I mean, when I'm looking for consistency with neighborhood character, I'm really looking for that block. That's really important to me because so many blocks in so many different parts of town are different, and especially the ones that are retaining some semblance of affordability, whatever that means, or modesty. Sometimes these types of homes that are much larger are the domino that falls that then changes the character of the neighborhood, and that's directly related to affordability.
Thank you, Commissioner. And so just to be clear, is what I'm hearing from my fellow commissioners that any exception to the rules is a concern with respect to that finding, the finding that says there's no alternative? Is that, because I think staff has asked for clarity, so I'm trying to find some way to provide.
Yeah, for me, an exception is fine if it's true. And so that's all I'm trying to figure out is if there genuinely is no alternative, and if there isn't, then so be it. But if it's something that is just a design issue, that's I guess what I'm trying to get at. And if it's written in a way in the finding that there is no feasible alternative, then that's fine based on what we've seen. I don't know the site well enough to know, is everything come through a 30% slope, and so therefore it has to at some point have some sort of exception.
For drainage you're talking about now?
For drainage, yeah.
Because we know there's an area that isn't, because we see the house on an area that's not 30% slope. So we have evidence that there is some of that area on the side.
And I guess, and going back to, I think in general, on a lot of these projects specific to slope, we talk about making exceptions for improvements almost of this sort, for stormwater, for roads, for things like that. We do tend to make exceptions. And so in that way, I'm not opposed to it. This was one that, was a large house, and it seemed as though could have been built and designed in a way that didn't impact slopes. And if that's true, they've done everything they absolutely can do, then fine. Or it needs to be rewritten, I guess.
All right.
Through the chair?
Yes.
So the coastal implementation plan requires that the Planning Commission make the finding that either there is no alternative which would allow the development to occur on slopes of less than 30%, or that the proposed development better achieves the resource protection objectives and policies of the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. So staff would propose striking the language referring to that there is no alternative, but retaining the language that with the drainage installation occurring on the slopes, it better meets the goals and policies of the hydrology section.
Better than what?
Better than not installing or installing a subpar drainage facility that wouldn't allow the drainage to be conveyed away from the home. So the home is placed in an area where there's kind of a dip, and then the 30% slope slopes up. So the building also requires that once you have a foundation, the grade should be at least 2% away from the foundation. So without the grading next to the foundation in that area, it wouldn't allow for the drainage to be conveyed away from the home.
Regardless of the size of the home?
Not irregular, well, no. If the home were to be 50% smaller, that's where we would say that's the alternative. But as the home as it's designed now, the development on the slope better meets the drainage policies.
Commissioner Roberts?
From my perspective, I think it's reasonable if the home genuinely had to be built 50% smaller to meet this goal of the local coastal program, then it's fair to me to make that exception. So if that's the case, then to me that would just need to be articulated.
Commissioners? A resounding lack of.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Commissioner Gomez?
I'm prepared to make a motion accepting staff's recommendations with the modifications on the tree, allowing that tree that Ms. Daniels identified, and adding the language that our staff suggested with respects to the reference to, not referencing slopes and the exemption, but talking about the improvements in drainage.
Thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second? I think Commissioner Getzelman raised his hand, although he did not articulate this verbally.
My apologies. Yes, I would be happy to second that motion. Chair Deal.
Thank you, Commissioner Getzelman. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. So is there any discussion? Commissioner Roberts?
I'm wondering if the makers of the motion include language about the pre-existing basement.
Yes, definitely.
Second, yes?
Yes, definitely.
All right, is that clear? Anybody else want to say anything about that? And I just want to weigh in on the perennial discussion of whether the staff should start with the applicant's design in the case when the applicant's design does not fully comply with the rules, or they should not. And so I think that that is a further discussion that we might want to agendize for a further meeting, because it's been a problem forever, and staff is doing, as you've heard, they start with what the respect for the applicant's desires and work backwards from there. If we wish to change that, I think we would want to have a robust discussion of what that might mean, and maybe that we could put on the agenda. Okay? That being said, if there's no further discussion, go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the ayes have it. The motion passes. And again, I want to commend staff and the applicant for making the changes necessary to allow that to occur. That moves us along to, let's see, it is now, time check, 11:36. So it is now moving along to item number, I believe, 3 on our agenda, which is the Shaughnessy, Thomas E. and Pamela A. Application PLN 2200137. And we are waiting. Ms. Jensen, are you waiting to set up for that? Just a second while we get reorganized here. All right, Ms. Jensen, you are seated. Are you ready to go forward?
I am. Thank you, Commissioner. Alex, can you please share staff right? Good morning, Chair Deal and members of the Commission. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am the project planner for the Shaughnessy application, HCD planning file number PLN 220137. The proposed use is located at 2862 Oak Knoll Road, Pebble Beach, within the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan. The applicant requests approval to use an existing single-family dwelling for transient or short-term rental use. Transient use of a residential property for remuneration is allowed in all zoning designations, which allow residential uses upon issuance of an administrative permit and where adequate services and facilities exist to support such use. Although the proposed project complies with the requirements of the county short-term rental ordinance strictly pertaining to the minimum rental periods, on-site advertising requirements, payment of transient occupancy taxes, designation of a local contact person, and maximum number of occupants, the proposed use is in violation with applicable conditions, covenants, and other restrictions, and the entity enforcing such restrictions objects to the project. The subject property is identified as Lot 17 of Block 11 of the Monterey Peninsula Country Club Subdivision Number 1. In 1926, the prior property owner entered into a contract with the Del Monte Properties Company detailing the conditions, covenants, and other restrictions applicable to the subject property. The first CC&R of this contract, highlighted on the screen, prohibits conducting any trade or business of any description within the residence or using the residence for any other purpose than a single-family dwelling, unless written consent is granted by the seller. Based on the plain language of this contract, renting the residence as a commercial venture on a short-term basis violates the subject property's CC&Rs. As of date, the Pebble Beach Company is the successor in ownership to the Del Monte Properties Company, and as such occupies the position of the original grantor of these lots. Thus, the Pebble Beach Company asserts that it possesses the rights of the grantor to enforce the CC&Rs. In 2016, through consideration of a separate discretionary permit for the establishment of a short-term rental in the inland area of Pebble Beach, the Planning Commission found that the Pebble Beach Company was the affected homeowners association for the purpose of the county's short-term rental ordinance. In October 2016, the Pebble Beach Company submitted a letter to HCD Planning detailing its position regarding short-term rentals and the enforcement of CC&Rs on residential properties in Pebble Beach. This letter, attached to the staff report as Exhibit E, objects to the issuance of additional permits for short-term rentals in the inland area of Pebble Beach until such time that the county adopts a new ordinance and the county has more thoroughly analyzed the unique situation in the Pebble Beach Forest where CC&Rs restrict such use. The county's current short-term rental ordinance requires that the county not approve any administrative permit until the homeowner association's objection has been withdrawn or otherwise resolved. On March 25th, 2024, the Pebble Beach Company reaffirmed its position and objected to the issuance of this project in future short-term rental applications. 17 short-term rentals have been approved in the inland area of Pebble Beach. These approvals have primarily occurred between 1997 and 2003. However, 2 short-term rental applications were approved in 2014 and 2016. After approval of the 2016 application, the Pebble Beach Company issued its short-term rental position letter, objecting to future short-term rentals. On March 7th, 2024, the Del Monte Forest Land Use Advisory Committee voted 6-0 to not support the project. The LUAC supported the Pebble Beach Company's enforcement of CC&Rs as a means to distinguish land uses in the Del Monte Forest. Members of the public have submitted public correspondence objecting to the issuance of the proposed short-term rental. Raised concerns include the need for a new short-term rental ordinance and impacts of short-term rentals on neighborhoods. Such impacts include additional noise, commotion, a decrease in long-term rentals, and a change in neighborhood character. One member of the public alleged that the subject property currently operates as a short-term rental. Based on county records, the subject property has had short-term rental bookings with verified occupancies as recent as February 2024, and an active code enforcement case does exist on the property. Denial of this application would not resolve the violation, and therefore the applicant would be required to abate the violation through ceasing use. Staff recommends the Planning Commission find denial of the project statutorily exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15270, and deny the request to establish a short-term rental at the subject property. This concludes staff presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you for the very clear presentation. I much appreciate it. I'm going to start by just reaffirming what you've already said in my own mind. The county does not enforce CC&Rs. That's a private thing, as I understand it. However, the county ordinance says that a homeowners association objection is determinant in the case of a short-term rental. So the CC&Rs are backup information. The homeowner's recommendation that it not be, the homeowner's opposition to this permit is what would be important for the Planning Commission. And the determination that the Pebble Beach Company, in this case, stands as the homeowners association was previously made and has been previously acted upon in other, is that kind of right?
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, any questions for staff? Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. Was this application submitted after the violation or before?
There have been numerous short-term rental complaints for the subject property as early as 2020, and I believe this application was submitted in 2022. It would be after complaints were received, but not necessarily a code enforcement case being opened.
Through the chair, I don't know if you would know this information, obviously the short-term rental, unpermitted short-term rentals are an issue. And I'm wondering, what is the timeline from somebody, because that's a big window of 4-ish years, for code enforcement to take action on a short-term rental, an unpermitted short-term rental. So, like based on the public's comments, and they're talking about live near other short-term rentals and all the problems that arise from these unpermitted ones. When they call code enforcement, how soon can they expect to see anything done? And then from that first point of contact, what is the timeline for them actually just shutting down until they can get a permit?
Through the chair, Secretary, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the board gave code enforcement direction as to prioritization for violations, and the short-term rental, because of health, life, and safety, didn't rise above other code violations. I don't know if we have a set time, but I do believe our code enforcement division has a process in place where they start with letters, and then there's follow-up, I believe, 6 months after that. And then once a code enforcement case is open, the applicant would either cease the use to abate the violation or seek an after-the-fact permit. That may take longer in the case of a short-term rental.
Council, did you want to weigh in?
No, I think Anna covered it well. I also see that Josh Bowling is on the Zoom, and maybe he could add. But there is a process set for code enforcement. Notice of violation is given, fines are assessed, and I know code enforcement works with the applicant to either get the after-the-fact permit. At times they go to hearing if they disagree with the notice of violation. So it really depends on the facts of the case. And in this instance, I don't know exactly what has occurred. Staff may, or Josh Bowling may, but it depends.
Through the chair.
Sorry, Commissioner. The first courtesy notice was sent to the property owner on January 8th of this year. Another letter was sent out March 25th, and a notice of violation is planned to be mailed out tomorrow if evidence has not been submitted to code enforcement that the use has ceased. So that is the current timeline on this violation.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, I definitely know from my interactions with code enforcement on other issues that they do have a timeline. They're not ignoring things. I guess I wanted clarification on what the public can expect as far as relief and action by the county, because 4 years is kind of wild to me that was the first complaint, and then 4 years later, now it seems like it's happening fast, but to kind of just be in limbo for 4 years is wild. So.
Madam Secretary, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair. I think so. We've elevated Josh Bowling, our chief of building, to panelists. I think it would be very helpful if Mr. Bowling could provide a very current status on enforcement and how that is rolling out with his team based on current board direction and their prioritization of code compliance.
Thank you. Mr. Bowling, are you willing and able to do this?
Yes, good morning.
Welcome, you have the floor.
I'm just confirming everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So currently, staff has pushing 2,700 code enforcement cases. And as was relayed earlier, there is a priority, health, life, safety, priority 1, items that may raise to health, life, safety, priority 2, and then other cases, priority 3. Short-term rentals typically fall in the priority 3 unless there's complaints of unpermitted construction, occupied garages, things along those lines. So we are addressing the cases as they come in. We are in the process of moving forward at board direction or Board of Supervisors direction, inland cases currently that are in District 5 that are not paying TOT. So we're moving through the list of code enforcement cases, starting there, and then going to move into the coastal zone once we get the short-term rental ordinance approved. Hoping that answers your question.
Commissioner?
Thanks. I guess it's just it's kind of out of everybody's hands, and it's a bigger problem than can be addressed. And I was just thank you for satisfying my curiosity.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bowling. Anybody else with questions for staff on the panel here? Seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward if they wish to do so.
I believe the applicant is attending via Zoom.
The applicant is attending via Zoom. All right. Mr. Shaughnessy, is that the applicant?
Yes.
Welcome. You have the floor.
I had to turn the video on, but looks like I'm on audio. But in any case, my apologies for being unable to attend in person today. Issues surrounding my parents in Pennsylvania have made that a necessity that I attend by Zoom. First off, let me say that to ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, thank you for considering our application for a transient rental permit. I'm going to try to, unable to video, but in any case, our intent in applying for this permit is that my wife and I cherish our life in Pebble Beach and enjoy sharing the beauty of this area with others. Now, we embarked on this journey back in 2020, diligently working with the county and even hiring a land use consultant to help ensure compliance with all necessary regulations. Now, our submission includes a comprehensive package of a site plan, floor plans, elevation, an assessor's parcel map, the grant deed, and a detailed operations plan, all underscoring the commitment to meeting the county's standards. We are dedicated to creating a system that respects the community and its environment. Our property features ample off-street parking for 4 vehicles and fully complies with the county standards. Our application was made in good faith with a strong belief in the viability of this project, and we've made diligent efforts to comply with all requirements to secure a permit. Now, at the county's request, I have made several attempts to contact the Pebble Beach Company about my application with phone calls and emails sent by myself, the land use consultant, and even my attorney. Other than a brief email stating that they would look into the matter, I have not received any direct responses to my inquiries. And to address the use, initially, based on a policy set by Mr. Eric Lundquist, my understanding was that I could continue the practice of short-term rentals while my application was being processed, as well as to continue to pay transient occupancy taxes, which I have done. However, I was recently informed by the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance that this policy has changed. And as a result, I have closed this practice pending the outcome of this process. Now, despite this significant change, I have not really been notified of the policy update by any official channels. So moving back into the details of our plan, to maintain a stable and community-friendly environment, we meticulously select guests and set specific guidelines. And that includes only guests aged 25 or older are permitted to book the property. Smoking, large parties, and events are strictly prohibited. Maximum occupancy is strictly restricted to 8, which can be family and or individuals. We monitor noise levels and strictly enforce county noise standards and prohibit any illegal activities on the property to ensure a serene environment. We require a minimum stay of 7 days and a cap of 29 in order to reduce turnover and maintain neighborhood tranquility. Although the property operates without a host, a representative or myself can be on site within 10 minutes to address any needs swiftly. The number of service providers remains consistent with personal use, limiting to cleaning and landscaping services that I manage directly. Our commitment to safety is reflected through our emergency preparedness as well. We provide guests with comprehensive contact information from myself, a manager, and alongside a list of all the local emergency services. In conclusion, we believe this permit is in keeping with a peaceful neighborhood while maintaining the integrity and character of our community. We're committed to maintaining the highest of standards and respectfully request the Planning Commission's approval of this requested rental permit. Thank you for considering this application, and we're prepared to answer any questions and look forward to your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Shaughnessy. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Shaughnessy, I have a list. Do you mind sharing with us who your land use consultant was?
Daniel Sfagorigan. He's actually on the, he's part of the public attendance.
Okay, thank you. And when did you acquire the property?
Approximately 10 years ago.
So in 2014?
2014, 2013.
Okay, thank you. And when you purchased the property, did you receive a copy of your CC&Rs?
No, I did not.
And when you established your short-term rental, did you put together?
I might add, I'm sorry, that I wasn't even aware that there were CC&Rs until deep into the application process. And I'm not even sure they are CC&Rs, to tell you the truth. In any case, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you. And when you established your vacation rental, did you put together an operations plan and contract a management company to assist? I
had the land use consultant assist with the development of the operations plan, but that is managed by myself and my wife.
Okay, thank you. And so the name of that land use consultant, Daniel?
Sfagorigan.
Thank you, Mr. Shaughnessy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shaw, did you have a question?
Thank you. I was just curious, you said you could get there in 10 minutes. So where is your primary residence at?
Well, our primary residence is varies, but we have a management manager or an associate who lives locally in the area who can arrive within 10 minutes, and I am within a short drive.
Thank you. We'll conclude with the applicant. Let's ask anybody else in the public who would like to speak on this matter. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to do so? I see no hands up going once. We're going to move on to the people on Zoom. I had a hand up from Richard Matthews. Mr. Matthews, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Mr. Matthews, there should be a, okay, there you go. It should be asking you to unmute. You had just unmuted it a second ago.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a struggle, a couple of other meetings too. I am Richard Matthews. I'm a director in the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance, and I am here to support Mr. Shaughnessy's application. As he described, he has provided everything that you require for the permit application, but the requirement to get consent from the Pebble Beach Company should not be a requirement. He has done everything he needs to do, but here's the issues. Pebble Beach Company should not be a company you defer to because they are not a homeowners association. If they were a homeowners association, every buyer would be required to be a member of the association, whatever it would be called. And then that is not the case. In fact, the Pebble Beach Company really doesn't offer membership in some kind of an association. There is a voluntary separate organization, but it has no authority. In fact, if it were a homeowners association, property owners could elect the directors of the association. Pebble Beach Company does not offer voting by the property owners for directors of their company. That's just one example of why they are not a HOA. Second, the Pebble Beach Company erroneously interprets the term of that 1926 purchase agreement that Mr. Shaughnessy referred to. That purchase agreement states the buyer shall not at any time conduct on said premises and trade or business. And the key word is on the premises. Short-term rentals do not create a business activity on the premises. Guests relax, they cook, they eat, they watch TV, they sleep, all simple residential use. An appellate court found that short-term rentals are a residential use, not a business use. You can see, if you look it up, an appellate court, Brown versus Montage at Mission Hills, determined that is the case. That is, the short-term rentals are not a business use on the property. Third, this subdivision that Tom's property is in is not a common interest development. In fact, the deed restrictions vary property by property, unlike what would be the case in a common interest development. Monterey County Code addresses CC&Rs of the type seen in common interest developments, but County Code does not address the type of terms found in a 1926 purchase agreement. Finally, there is no legally enforceable basis for Mr. Shaughnessy to really obtain a Pebble Beach Company consent. The Monterey County has been providing free enforcement services to the Pebble Beach Company. If the company wants to...
Can I ask you to sum up, Mr. Matthews?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll sum it up. If the Monterey County should stop working for the Pebble Beach Company, and you should do that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I see no other hands up. Madam Clerk, am I missing any? And are there any comments on the email?
There are no new hands up on Zoom and no new emails received.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to ask the applicant if they'd like to respond to anything they may have heard in public comment. Mr. Shaughnessy?
Nothing.
All right.
Nothing beyond what I've already said. I echo what Mr. Matthews has said, and thank you for your attention on this.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners? I guess I should have asked staff to, if they have any comments and based on what we've heard in public comment. Council, did you want to weigh in on this?
I'll just add the relevant section that we're discussing here with regard to Pebble Beach Company and HOAs is section 2164280, and it's subsection, I believe, it's a lot, D2G is what we're talking about, so that's clear on the record. And the beginning of that section explicitly states the use of a residential unit for transient use shall not violate any applicable conditions, covenants, or other restrictions on the property. In this instance, Pebble Beach isn't strictly an HOA under the Davis-Sterling Act. However, they do have standing to enforce CC&Rs on real property. In this instance, the CC&Rs state that there shall not be a trade in business, and Pebble Beach Company has made it clear in past letters, and the letter that staff referenced is in the record, stating they consider short-term rentals to be a trade or business because you're using the property to make money. It's a commercial venture. So because of all those reasons, staff is comfortable that in this instance, that subsection I referenced is not met.
Thank you, Ms. Donlin. Ms. Jensen, Ms. Kenga, anything else you want to address from what we heard in public comment?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that being the case, I will bring it back to the commission. Commissioners? Anybody? Don't all jump at once. Commissioner Roberts?
In this case, I sympathize with the applicants, but I think that we are in a position that we don't really have any say in this. This is Pebble Beach's decision to make, and I think that they've made a decision at this point. And so with that, I'm willing to move staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Roberts has moved staff's recommendation. Is there a second? Commissioner Shaw seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? The only thing I would want to add to the discussion is that I do think it's important to be consistent, and we have in the past relied upon this interpretation for other applicants, so that weighs heavily with me. That being the case, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Let's see. It is now 12:04 p.m., and we have several items to come back to in the afternoon. I'm going to propose we go ahead and take our lunch break at the scheduled time. Is everyone okay if we wait till 1:30, or would we rather truncate that? I think we have the option today.
Hour's probably plenty of time for me. 1 o'clock would be fine with me.
Does everybody agree with Commissioner Gomez? Is there any objection to that? In that case, we're going to recess until 1 o'clock, where we will come back and take up the next item, which is going to be item number 4 on our agenda. Thank you all. See you then. All right, I think we are reconvenable. We will still everyone is here except Commissioner Mendoza, who was absent this morning. I think we can reconvene the Planning Commission meeting as soon as my associates here decide to settle down. No, I'd have to go all Girl Scout on them.
1, 2, 3 is on me.
Okay, I'm going to reconvene the Monterey County Planning Commission meeting of April the 24th, 2024. Here it is 1 o'clock, and we are going to proceed with do we need a roll call if I've already said everybody's here from this morning except for Commissioner Mendoza? I don't think so. We're going to move to item number 4 on our agenda, which is REF 240002, the County of Monterey discussion of rebuilding properties affected by fire. And all right, staff, take it away.
If Alex received the PowerPoint, Alex, can you share my presentation using staff right, please? Oh, okay, we are ready. Good afternoon, Chair Deal and Planning Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Gonzalez, HCD Permit Center Manager. Staff was asked to provide an update on the rebuild of properties affected by wildfires from 2015 to current and provide direction to staff regarding the county's disaster response practices. Since 2015, these are the major wildfires that have destroyed or substantially damaged buildings in Monterey County. These wildfires together resulted in the destruction of 134 homes and 56 other structures. To date, only 53 homes have been built, rebuilt, or are being rebuilt following the fires. This is approximately 39%. 3 of the 53 homes are from the Soberanus fire. More are likely to exist, but the records are not labeled or categorized in a manner that would make this information searchable. There are many factors or hurdles to rebuilding a fire. Unfortunately, many displaced residents were either underinsured or not insured. Many sold their properties and moved away. HCD has coordinated with the OES on the numbers provided in this preliminary report. This report focuses on the county's role in the permitting process for the 2020 fires as the one factor that we have most control over. Immediately following the 2020 fires, the county opened a local assistance center at the Portola Plaza in Monterey. The LAC provided several services from county agencies, such as the Assessor's Office, Environmental Health Bureau, Resource Management Agency, Office of Emergency Services, State Cal OES, and federal agency FEMA. The LAC stayed open for 30 days to provide information and assistance to those affected by the 2020 fires. The OES, in coordination with Cal OES, created a debris removal program for all properties affected by these fires. Those affected either relied on the county to clear the debris from their properties, or they hired private companies to remove the debris. The board adopts the fire recovery guidelines and designates the RMA permit coordinator as the point of contact to ensure consistent and expeditious processing of all fire-related applications. The Permit Center point of contact created a special numbering system for all the rebuild applications in Acela. The point of contact also set up Zoom meetings with Environmental Health Bureau and homeowners to go over the expedited process and guide them on how to begin. This included providing historical records for each property owner. When they were ready, they were to submit their applications. They had priority and continue to have priority over all other applications. The county continues to improve upon disaster response and recovery programs, learning from past experiences with floods and fires within the county. This preliminary report is provided to the Planning Commission in response to a referral. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission receive the report and provide direction to staff on how disaster response might be improved in the future. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start because it's my referral, and I think the referral goes back to like 2017, at which time I was looking for information regarding rebuilds on the Pfeiffer Fire from 2013 and the Soberanes Fire. And as you'll see now, we have heard that there is no way to track these, which is a little troubling given that that referral predates what we've been able to hear today, although don't get me wrong, I'm extremely grateful that we are doing it now. But my anecdotal knowledge would indicate that whatever we're doing better because the River Fire is actually getting some rebuilds, and the Pfeiffer Fire and the Soberanes Fire, and to the extent where the Colorado Fire in Big Sur recently lost one small living structure, have experienced very low rates of rebuild, as in very low. And those were the ones I was looking for some better understanding of the barriers to rebuilding for the individuals who've lost their homes. I believe the Pfeiffer Fire was somewhere around 34 homes were lost. Soberanes, 50 some odd, as you said. I don't even know it's so many. So it's great that we're hearing about new efforts. What I'm not hearing is how are we going to help those who still haven't rebuilt from 2013, for goodness sake, who still are facing the barriers to rebuilding that are present in those high fire areas in the south part of our county on the coast. So yeah, it's a good response. I'm glad to have it, and because of the delay, it's not actually addressing all of the identification of concerns that I really wanted to be able to help those residents understand, because they don't. People have, as you say, given up, moved away, living in substandard structures because they couldn't get anybody to let them do it the way that they should. In many cases, anecdotally again, they had water systems that didn't pass environmental health, or environmental health had some sort of waste disposal concerns that would never let them rebuild at all. And so de facto, we have changed the ability of these places to support the kind of housing that they used to have. And that's a change. That's a change for the county. It's a big change for the community. And I'd like to know if it's intentional, and I'd like to know if there's anything we can do about it for those people. And what I'm hearing here is we've done better in the inland areas. We have. River sounds like actually we're seeing progress. But I'd like to go back and look and see what happened in these other fires. That's what I wanted originally, and that's what I'd still like to do. And whether or not it's easily accessible in our records, we should be able to figure that out, given that we have things like, maps and stuff. So just my personal comment on what is otherwise exceedingly helpful and welcome. Any other? I guess that wasn't even a question, really. Sorry. Commissioner Daniels.
And thank you. Through the chair, I'd love to also just piggyback on that and ask if we do come back, really clear understanding of what the challenges are to rebuilding that have created the obstacles. I know of a couple folks that, I know of one woman who's homeless right now, lost her house in the Basin complex and was making things work all these years, and because of an illness is now living in a parking lot in one of our church parking lots. And then I know a couple folks from the most recent Carmel fire that are good friends. I know a lot of folks that lost their homes in that fire, but that one is doubled and tripled up with another family, and the other's living in a trailer. So what are the challenges, from environmental health issues to getting the permits to cost to permit fees? Like, if there's a way, if we do come back, to truly understand what the obstacles are to rebuilding, because the percentage is so low. And another family that moved out of the area, right? Just bought a house somewhere else. And so just if we can sort of drill down, that would be really helpful, so then we know how we can be more helpful as a county when this happens the next time, because it will.
Through the chair, staff really appreciates the comments here, and staff is willing to touch base with environmental health to see what obstacles that they saw. What I can add is regarding the fees. Nobody had to pay fees up front. Everybody received a fee waiver form and they filled it out, and nobody had to pay any fees. Every application had a hold final at the end, which gave every applicant the opportunity to deal with their insurance companies. If an insurance company paid for permit fees, well, then we expected them to pay their permit fees. If they did not pay permit fees, we waived the fees.
And if I may, so I think perhaps there's something's either getting lost in communication or reinterpretation. Like something's happened because I just made one phone call, and permit fee was the big one that someone complained they had to pay $40,000 in permit fees, and so. You know, what you said makes perfect sense, but somehow out there in the community, that didn't get translated. This was someone telling me that the one person they knew that rebuilt had to pay, you know, they were horrified. And so it was an obstacle in terms of how it's getting translated to that next person engaging in this. And the words that he shared with me, and this is not, I'm not saying this is what they said, is that we were lied to by the county. We signed this form. We thought we were getting our permit fees waived, and we ended up paying $40,000. So something's happening, and perhaps it's just conveying the information more clearly, or I'm not. Maybe it's not even on the county. It's on something else. But somehow that got lost in translation, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Respond if you wish, or not if you don't, that's fine. And I'm going to move forward one more time, which is that it's not just the permit fees. What I hear from people is that environmental health requires me to get my entire septic system and leach field scope before they'll talk to me. And I can't afford to do that. And I would also add that rebuild of properties affected by fire includes public properties. We have lost roads and parks. And those I would really like to have included in this discussion. And how can we, the idea being, how do we get back to where we were before this fire happened? Do we have any intention of doing that? Do we have a plan for doing that? Are we working on this plan, or do we need to, we just had a big discussion of priorities earlier today. It's not mentioned, should it be? Did we raise that? Stuff like that. So it's like the totality of loss from fire, the fact that people displaced, and again, these discussions you've had about the improvements are extremely welcome, but they don't seem to transfer to anybody that was caught in the mess before. And there are a lot of those still out. I mean, last I heard, when I revisited this last time, I think we had you have 3 now structures that are rebuilt from Silveranos. 3 out of 57, and that's not counting Pfeiffer, and that's not counting any of the Colorado, and nothing like that. Dolan, any of that stuff. So, yeah. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. So this is completely not my area at all. I don't know anything about the struggles that face that community. But I would think there would be a easier way to get input for those of us who are not from that area and haven't experienced a disaster like that fire and the struggles of rebuilding in those specific areas in Big Sur and Carmel, to have like a survey that we could send out so that we could get actual information from the actual homeowners and landowners, and then figure out what are the top 5, 10 barriers to rebuilding and how do we address them. I know the government process is so convoluted. It's not intuitive at all. It's really hard to navigate. So I can just imagine trying to call all these different county offices and get some sort of information. Well, what do I do? What do I need? And it being all over the place. Like, I can literally imagine myself in that position and what a nightmare that would be and how exhausting to have to be your own advocate. So could we have like a page? You know, is there a page on the county site that has all the information that anybody would need to know who have been affected by fires in Monterey County? that makes it really foolproof. Because, for example, earlier when we were talking about the housing stuff, I just looked up the ADU thing, and there was this landing page, and it had like the facts and frequently asked questions, and I found it to be completely just not enough. There was not enough information. I would need to call, I would need to fill out paperwork. There wasn't enough information for me to do anything meaningful just reading that website. I would still have to, okay, I got to pick up the phone, I got to compose an email. So I would just like to see, like for Pajaro, here's a page for this. Chular, here's a page for this. Or whoever was affected by floods, here's a page for the people who have been affected by the fires. And then you can just navigate seamlessly from there and get a lot of your information and questions answered. So I would love to have like the main issues, barriers to rebuilding solidly identified, because we can't address them if we don't know what they are and it's just kind of all over the place. And give them, people, one place to voice the issues that they've had versus just talking to here and there. And then I would like to see some way to make just the gathering of information or dispersing of information a little bit easier for the public, for someone like me or someone like my mom who's maybe not very computer literate, to understand and navigate, because I still have a hard time navigating the county pages.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for staff before we move to the public? All right. That being the case, going to open public comment and invite anybody interested in addressing this issue to come forward. There's an unknown person. Welcome.
Commissioner Deal, thank you so much. Kathleen Lee, I'm speaking today as a member of the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. We have property that was affected and burned out in the Sobranes fire, 2016. We no longer have access to that property, and there's, I'm sure, a number of homes and additional properties on the upper portion of Palo Colorado Road that also don't have access to their properties. So it's not just being able to rebuild, it's can you actually get there? So from the Park District standpoint, we had put in $2 million of improvements to that property. They were all burned out, all lost. We cannot repair it because we can't get the trucks back there to do that work. But it's also, it's a loss of homes, which is significant. It is also a loss of public access because you can no longer access Botcher's Gap, which is a really important access point to U.S. Forest Service area. And the point that I'll say is the local assistance centers are wonderful. You have them open for 30 days. People are in trauma. They are not thinking about rebuilding. They're thinking about, I don't have underwear. I don't know where I'm going to sleep. I don't know where my kids are going to go to school. So when you're talking about those local assistance centers, it's wonderful, but if you've ever been in a LAC, no one's there, right? You sit for hours and hours, you have all these agencies there wanting to provide assistance, but it's almost too soon. You know, it's emergent needs, you're on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and people need assistance in navigating, and I think that's one of those challenges, is if you're in the system, you understand the language, and to Commissioner Shaw's point, if you have just had this traumatic event, you've lost your home, you've lost your livelihood, you probably don't interact on a regular basis. You were never thinking about having to rebuild. And unfortunately, the process just to get through your insurance, if you had insurance, is incredibly timely and it's difficult to get through. And the other aspect I'll just say from the Pfeiffer Ridge fire in 2013 and Sobranes, those numbers are great, but those are the permitted houses. Those are not the houses that were unpermitted, that people were just living on property in a trailer and things that we didn't know about. So that was one of those difficulties, is when we were working with the fire agencies in the middle of the event, they're saying, oh, there's only 4 homes up there. We think we've cleared them all. It's like, no, time out. There's probably 20 up there. And that's the importance of your local fire departments, because they know who's really there. But I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Deal for bringing this forward, because it is really important and it is difficult to navigate this bureaucracy in the system. So having the pages up is great, but do you take them down? Do you reopen a LAC? Do you offer ongoing assistance in the communities affected? Because the other thing that happens is a diaspora. People leave the area because they don't know where to go. So it's just stay with it, make it easier, but understand too, you almost have to do 101 of how to navigate through the system. So thank you so much for talking. Appreciate it. Didn't mean to say anything, but couldn't help myself.
Thank you, and thank you for helping us navigate it in the past. Ms. Lee has been extremely helpful in the practicalities of this over the years, and I, for one, appreciate it. Yeah, and I think the other piece of that is that all of the access issues affect the ability to activate insurance. You know, dealing with the hazardous waste. We've had to, as we all know, had to have help from gracious other people, volunteers who come and are qualified to help people sort through the ashes of their home in a safe manner and get anything that might be left. Removing that hazardous waste from the burns is emotionally draining for people, as well as being difficult to do and expensive and complicated, all of which can't be done if you can't get there. And so the separation of, we don't mean it just in terms of structures. We mean it in terms of all of the barriers to rebuilding, and those include infrastructure as well. Power, for example, in some of these cases. And it is just absolutely impossible to avoid concluding that the inland areas are so much easier to deal with because there are more people and there's more infrastructure and all of that. So while we celebrate success, let's not make sure that we don't leave people out. Commissioner Daniels.
And I'll just add one more thing that is just a recollection. You know, we're having this conversation about landline telephones, and you know, in the middle of this crisis, and all the phone lines got burnt out, and AT&T declares we're not putting them back. I mean, these are the kind of realities that people are dealing with in a place where there's no, you know, sometimes no cell service, and it's just, I don't think that necessarily is key to the county's inability, like that might not make your list, but these are just for my colleagues, all the reality of a situation like this in some of these really rural parts of our county. When you have a fire like this, there's obstacles that you might not necessarily think of when a house is lost in the middle of an urban area and has to be rebuilt.
Commissioner Getzelman, and then I'm going to go back if there's anybody else in the public. I didn't mean to cut off public comment. Commissioner Getzelman?
Oh, would you like me to move out there?
No, I would like for you to take this opportunity to say whatever wisdom you have to impart.
Well, okay, so here's my question for people perhaps like me who do not understand the situation, or at least one more factoid. So access, Ms. Lee talked about access, you've talked about access, it's been brought up. So who is responsible for that? Certainly not the county that we're talking about. There must be, I mean, can you help me just fill in that blank?
It's a county road.
County road.
County road is no longer passable.
Okay, and it must have been addressed?
Not yet.
You don't have any answer? I mean, money, lack of money, lack of will, lack of...
Again, these are the kinds of things that we were hoping to get from this update, is what are the barriers to getting back to what passes for normal? We've heard a lot of things, and some of it's been contradictory, and some of it's changed over time. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that it's impacted everyone's ability to move on kind of in a cascade. You know, so yes, it's a county road we're talking about until it gets to the Forest Service road to get down to the Boy Scout camp, the ex-Boy Scout camp, I'm sorry.
So, and even the Forest Service then is waiting for the county to fix the road?
Presumably so.
Yeah, and then we'll find out.
Yeah, there's only one way in, one way out for these roads, so that's the other piece of this. There's not any back way, except if you have a mule.
Well, thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah, Ms. Beretti.
I just wanted to clarify for anyone from the public who's listening, that specific road is Palo, Colorado, as it related to access.
In that case, that's true. Yes, Commissioner Shaw?
I guess it's not a question. I'm just going to voice like how absolutely I just don't understand. So the county just said, about the road and just left it. And then people can't access their properties and public space. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I'm surprised and disappointed. And I'm like, who do we speak to about that they just ignored this road? I mean, I get why some of these other things are more difficult to make happen. And But this one, I guess I didn't realize the county could just up and not do it. Did someone decide not to do it, or did it just kind of fall through the cracks and it didn't happen? And these people are SOL. I don't understand.
They did make some provisions for people to get access themselves on a sort of an ad hoc basis. It's not as if it's being ignored. It's been discussed many times. It's just a solution to getting it back hasn't been identified. But Council, are you waiting to speak on that?
I don't have much to add. It's certainly not being ignored. I think it'd be beneficial to have someone here from our Public Works Facilities Parks Department to discuss, because I'm sure it's on a list. It's in the queue, but I can't speak to those specifics, but someone from that department certainly could.
Yeah, and I guess given that this has been our first real opportunity to engage, I'm hoping that we can continue this for a further discussion when we get back some of the answers to the additional issues that we're raising. And let me just go back and make sure that we're not missing anyone from the public who wanted to weigh in. We spoke to the people in the chambers. I don't see anybody else here. I see no hands up on Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have any other hands I'm missing or any emails?
Through the chair, there's no new emails and no hands up on Zoom.
Thank you. On that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, come back to Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. Just maybe you said it and I forgot already. When was this road put out of service, like regular service? I know people can get through with provisions, but when did that happen? Was that the 2016? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it of course, there've been a lot of winter and other things in between, so it's understandable. And I just want to go back and revisit Commissioner Daniels' point, because just recently we had the big discussion about AT&T petitioning to not be the provider of last resort anymore in some of our rural areas, which I think is proceeding with good representation not to be this. But in the case of Palo Colorado, AT&T, they're in the canyon, you can't get cell service and you can't get satellites because it's too steep and there's too many trees. So the landlines, which are copper and run tree to tree, are what you depend upon. The landlines run out of power eventually in an emergency, even if they are intact. And so AT&T at one point had an emergency generator at the fire station or near the fire station. Something happened to that generator. I think AT&T says somebody stole it, but they won't put one back in, and they won't, even though the fire chief and the fire folks tell me that they have an emergency generator that they volunteered to AT&T to provide this emergency source of power in the event of a disaster, that AT&T has not chosen to take advantage of that opportunity. Why do I say all this? Because in the recent Colorado fire, there were no phones. The canyon, the fire was at the mouth of Palo Colorado Canyon. There's no back door to Palo Colorado Canyon. The way that they were able to, and the fire went from almost 2 miles from the top of the ridge to the ocean in an hour and a half down the canyon. Very fortunately, nobody was seriously injured in the fire itself. We had some firefighters that had a rough time, but that was in the night. That was in January. People who were from our local fire station had to work with the sheriff to go door to door in the dark and try to find people and get them out because there was no other way to communicate with them at all. So just put that on there to say, the thinking about the fire and the fire recovery, we want to understand the barriers to not only rebuilding it back to what passes for normal, but could we look at how to make it better? We can make it not rely on luck so much for people not to die. I guess it's hard. It's a little emotional. I watched that fire come across the back of my hill, came within, 150 meters of my house. So lost a lot of friends, barely got out of there with what was on their back. And most of them haven't been able to rebuild. And it's a sad thing. So I really appreciate the attention to it. And I'm open to other commission comments, but my suggestion would be that we might continue this item so that we could revisit it in the light of all the things we've talked about and see if we can get a little, drill down just a little deeper on if there is anything the Planning Commission could do policy-wise. Commissioner Gomez, are you leaning forward?
I just wanted to add, I think that you mentioned it, and it'd be good to delve into the issue a little more, the issue of changing regulations and new requirements and what that's meant for rebuilding for people out there. That'd be good to bring that up, to bring it forth to the, and what it really is costing people, not just what the permits, but what it is costing them to get a new septic nowadays compared to what it was 30, 40 years ago.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to find out what the process was in terms of getting a permit, and how would you determine that a person had to pay if the insurance did not cover the permit, or if it did cover the permit? Was this to word them out, or they had to show proof of something?
Yes, through the chair. That is correct. Applications that were submitted included a fee waiver form, and then a hold final was put on the construction permit. At the end of construction, when they wanted to get their final, they did have to show something in writing from the insurance companies, whether they received funds for permits or they were not covered. And if they were not covered, we would waive those fees.
Okay, thank you. If I may, and just to follow up on Commissioner Daniels' information as to that individual that had to pay $40,000, I guess, for a permit, would we be able to go back just for that one particular individual, and if in essence the insurance did not cover the $40,000 for the permit, would the county be able to reimburse that individual back if they can show that in essence, or that in essence insurance did not pay for it? Or is there a different scenario other than one or the other in terms of whether people had to pay or not?
So through the chair, I'm not familiar with this one instance. I'm not sure what the $40,000 was. There are other departments that weigh into these applications. All I can speak to is what Housing and Community Development has done.
I'd strongly suggest we have someone here from Environmental Health when we talk again, because that's reputed to be one of the most difficult barriers and challenges that people face comes out of that office.
If I may
Sorry,
continue.
Commissioner
So for that particular once individual, it matters to them, is there a department or a particular place that this person could contact, a name, a phone number, or something that if they're directly in contact with Commissioner Daniels? I'm not sure, just following up on that. But other than that, I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, through the chair. Are there other fees than the permit fees from HCD? That's question one. And then question two, what about situations where they didn't have insurance and wanted to figure out how to rebuild and pay for it out of pocket, but if they don't have insurance, they can't file a claim, therefore they won't have documentation to show the county that fees were not covered?
Through the chair, it's my understanding if they did not have insurance and they wanted to rebuild a permitted structure, we would waive those fees.
And you're speaking now of HCD.
HCD, correct.
Yeah. So we do need to have that comprehensive look. Commissioner Monsalve?
My first question was, are there other departments that charge fees as well, so that these people needing to rebuild are dealing with all these different departments that we're hearing about, but also different fees from the different departments?
Yes, through the chair. I can't answer that question, yes or no, but that's one of the things that we're going to research.
Thank you. And then there's one other thing that I'm remembering now, which is I had been asked way back when if there was any provision for people to reside in a temporary structure or a trailer during the course of rebuilding. Many of the people in our community are intending to do rebuilding themselves personally, but had been informed over the course of time that they were not allowed to reside in any temporary structures like a trailer or a shed or anything while that was occurring. And so could we just investigate whether that can be, if that is not allowed, is there a way to create an exception for that or consider that at least? Commissioner Daniels?
One final request to tag on to that would be something I'd asked about in the past as well that's very similar. But since the ADU ordinance is in place in the inland area, whether or not in those areas that were impacted by fire, someone could build an ADU first, even though it's not necessarily an accessory dwelling unit, but they could build it first, possibly from one of the county's pre-approved plans or a structure that is pre-built or something like that. Get it in place, live there while they build their house, and then they also do have this accessory dwelling unit that could be future income or housing.
Yes, through the chair, I am aware of at least 3 applicants that did that. They built their ADUs first and lived in it during construction.
That is very cool. Thank you. And I want to apologize, everybody, for being so passionate about this issue. I've been waiting for a very long time for it to come forward, so the questions have built up. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I apologize, I forgot to ask one question. But anyway, does this report go before the board, or is it something that's going to circle within the commission, or is it going to be presented also to the Board of Supervisors?
Through the chair, I believe this was a referral from Commissioner Deal, and I apologize, I did not know about the referral until December of 2023. Having been with the Permit Center for the last 7 years, I have been strongly hands-on with the last 3 fires. And we found that there was not enough evidence from the previous fires, and that's why we were so insistent on trying to do the best that we could for these fires. This is a lot of great information that you've given to me, and I really appreciate it. And I'm definitely going to delve into this and come back with more answers for you.
That's wonderful. And I would just say to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, I would advocate that when we do come back with some conclusions, we might consider writing a letter to the Board of Supervisors as a planning commission as a way to present that information going forward. But maybe after we've had a chance to delve in, we could agendize that and decide if we want to do that as a plan. Ms. Beretti, did you have a? Oh, okay. Anybody else? Anybody care to move for a continuance? And staff, we would probably do that to a date uncertain at this point. Is that, unless you have a date in mind?
No, actually, I would appreciate a date uncertain.
But not too far away?
No.
Okay. Is anybody willing to?
I would be happy to move the presentation I just put it in the recycling, my apologies, to move this item to a date uncertain to return to the Planning Commission with a further update on the rebuild of properties affected by wildfires from 2015 to current. Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels has moved. Commissioner Monsalve has raised her hand. Went to second it, I assume. Yes. Seconded by Commissioner Monsalve. Is there any further discussion on this item? I just want to say thank you again for the good attention recently, and I think it's a huge step forward. At least we're looking at it now. That being the case, I'm going to take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries, and we continue this item for a further set of research. Thank you very much. And that brings us on to item number 5. Which on our agenda, which is the Monterey County Planning Commission rules for the transaction of business. And I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to Ms. Beretti. Are you willing to start us in here, or Ms. Donlin, one of you?
No, I think I can start. If it's all right, I do that from the dais rather than switching again. This one is really for you all to discuss. Yeah, so at previous planning commission meetings, there have been specifically a couple of rules that have come up. One is rule number 12 regarding decisions, and another is rule number 13 regarding continuance. The continuance matter was one that has come up since the prior rules change, where there have been some discussions with the commission in terms of what information and whether or not or under what circumstances staff would be prepared to present the material being considered in addition to the continuance. And so staff wanted to request clarity and have some discussion with the commission regarding that rule. And then as well, the decision rule. That decision rule, it came up in the last meeting, I believe, where there was a split vote and it was a tie. And the language in rule number 13 was a bit ambiguous, and we felt there could maybe be some better clarity for that action. And I think in particular, possibly considering delegating authority to a chair to sign a follow-up resolution or otherwise. So we wanted to discuss that. And then any other rules that perhaps the commission feels could warrant either clarity or otherwise.
All right. Is there any questions for staff? Ms. Donlin, did you want to have anything to add to that? It's right up your alley. I know you've looked at this.
Well, I think Melanie covered it very well. I will add that the rule on, what did we title it? The hearings, is that what it is?
Decisions?
Decisions, thank you. I'm looking at your rules that were longstanding before we recently updated them. And previously it said if there is an unbreakable tie vote, the chair shall solicit findings for both sides for the record, and that it ended. And in our recent amendments in the past few years, we did add that extra language, and I know this came up recently before the commission, so it's fresh in our minds that maybe we need to think about a better way to approach this.
And staff is sharing those rules for review.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is that the current language doesn't actually explain who's going to do what, when, or for what purpose. So we need to be a little clearer about that, I think is true. Commissioners? Any questions, comments before we move to the public? Okay. All right. I'm going to open the public comment period on this. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter? And my screen is not letting me, oh, there we go. Is nobody in the chambers has got any indication that they're moving forward? Is there anyone online? My screen is being difficult. Madam Clerk, do you see anybody with their hands up or any emails on this?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hands up, and no new emails as well. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment then, and come back to the commission. And I'm going to suggest that we start with Rule 12 because it's first and have a little discussion of that. Commissioner Monsalve?
I was going to ask if we could leave the language back on the screen.
Yes.
Please, thank you.
And if staff can add, so what happened on this last one is we solicited the input from both sides and staff has gone back and prepared a resolution, which we are planning to bring back on consent for approval and execution at the May 8th meeting. One thought that staff had is if it could be clear that the chair is authorized to sign the resolution, summarizing those findings, so it does not have to return to a commission meeting unless, for some reason, the chair wishes so. I think that was one thought we had that would just save that administrative step.
Personally, my issue is it says to prepare a resolution with said findings, but if there's an unbreakable tie vote, a resolution implies that you're going to say you're going to do something. What is the resolution going to say? I mean, the resolution has to say if there's a tie vote, the motion fails. We then, unable to elicit a motion that would pass, whatever format it was, we tried that. That didn't work. So now we are left with a situation wherein we have a difference of opinion. We have parties on both sides of this difference of opinion. We're supposed to prepare a resolution. What is that resolution going to resolve? What do we say in a situation like that? And to whom does it go? Because actually it's denial according to our rules, but
To that point, if it is denial according to the rules, I think you have a resolution supporting denial. And then from there, the applicant can decide what they want to do, if they want to appeal it.
so if we said to prepare a resolution of denial with said findings, and then
I think the staff report and the resolution will obviously reflect the vote, and it'll be apparent that it was close, but because there wasn't a majority, it wasn't approved. Therefore, it is a denial, and there needs to be a resolution supporting that denial.
so if we just said prepare a resolution for denial, and it needs to contain the information about the vote, then that would, if it's a resolution of denial, the question then is, what's the process that it needs to undergo subsequently, right?
Well, I think in the past, that's been up to the commission. You either ask for the item to return so you can review the resolution supporting the denial, or you tell staff, here's what it needs to say, and staff does what they need to do. They finish it, and it doesn't return to you. I believe you've done both in the past.
But in this case, the difficulty is that every time you bring it back, you have another potential. I mean, one of the reasons that we had the split vote was we had a not complete panel. So if we come back, we might have a different outcome. And that could go on for a long time. But Commissioner Monsalve?
I feel like the last paragraph, if there's an unbreakable tie vote, the chair solicits findings for both sides. But why do we have to solicit findings for both sides if essentially the vote is a denial?
Donlin?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that language we should consider removing. And we need to make it very clear that if there's not a majority, it's a denial, and then there needs to be a resolution supporting that denial. And without question, all of our resolutions cover what the vote was. But we could even provide more facts behind that this was close, and here's why, that there were competing issues at play.
Mr. Spencer, you have a remote hand raised. Would you like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, thank you. I can't turn on my video because Zoom won't allow me. But if it would be of interest to the Planning Commission, I have an example where this rule, it used to be Rule 10.1 of the Planning Commission's rules, actually was in effect. And that was with regard to two projects out in Carmel, I think 3-4 years ago now. And the Planning Commission ultimately approved a resolution. I can share that if that would be useful. It does have sort of bullet points that are the potential reasons enumerated for approval and the potential reasons enumerated for denial as findings, but not in the same sense that findings and evidence are provided in a resolution when you adopt one for approval or denial. So if it would be useful, I can share my screen so you can all see an example of how this was put into effect prior.
I would like to see that, Mr. Spencer.
Okay.
While we're waiting, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. It gets back to your question again, circular question, whether if it's that type of resolution, does it come back to the board and then the board decides to either move it forward? And to your questions again and others, if the outcome is different, then what? I'm not sure if there is going to be another vote, or once the resolution is created, does that mean that's what is going to be sent to the board and not necessarily a discussion by the board and.
I think for most of the entitlements that the Planning Commission is considering, it requires a decision from you all. And then depending on what that decision is, there's the option for appeal within the zoning code.
Commissioner Roberts?
So in my years here, I vividly remember a project that we denied in a tied vote, and we essentially denied in a tied vote. We brought that resolution back 2 weeks later, or whatever it was, to review it. Something happened in between, and the commission voted then to approve the project. And it has sat with me for a long time because somebody was able to advocate for that project in a way that I don't know that every person in the county is able to advocate. And it has sat with me because it gave somebody a second chance at a decision at this level that I genuinely don't believe everybody in the county would have had the opportunity to do. So if this is something that we are talking about, and it is a question of whether it comes back or not, doesn't come back to the commission, it's important to me to make sure that that is fair to everyone and whatever that decision is.
Thank you. I remember the same thing. Back to Mr. Spencer's screen, and if he could show that again and maybe make it bigger for those of us who don't see very well. Perfect.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
This was the Walnut Cove application. It was subsequently approved in a different version. Then it came for, as a result of this resolution. The project eventually got amended and approved as amended, but the Planning Commission decision on this project was an unbreakable tie vote that neither approved nor denied, and had a description of the project like it normally would. Some process findings, and then I think, I'm sorry about the scrolling here. I'm trying to get to that. Oh, here it is. So some procedural items, and then on Rule 10.1, which is now Rule 12, the Planning Commission may solicit findings for both sides of the record, and then it provides potential findings for denial in a bullet point format and potential findings for approval, so that it recognized both sides of the unbreakable tie vote, and then the procedural findings for CEQA and appealability. And that was the extent of the resolution that ultimately I think got approved. I'm happy to go back to any section if you'd like to see it more.
Two questions. One of them is that an unbreakable tie vote is supposed to result in a denial, and this particular document indicates that it doesn't, and so that's a concern to me. And then the second question is, when this came back, who did it come back to? Was it reviewed again by the Planning Commission? Was it not? What happened to it?
It came back, it looks like, it was originally on October 9th. And then it came back and had a vote on October 28th.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, I believe I read that the chairperson may come up with information from both sides, those that support it and those that oppose it. And I thought I read the word may. And so what if the chairperson decides I'm not going to go there because it doesn't say shall.
It does now.
It does now? Well, okay. That changed, huh?
Well, the rules were rewritten since that. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I guess I'm confused about where that went next, because if it's not, the decision wasn't made. That's what it read in there, is that there wasn't a decision made. So where did it go to? That's my first question. My second question, for example, with what Commissioner Roberts brought up, would you have to renotice the hearing then if it's something that would be open for voting and changing? And if you don't renotice it that, hey, this could change the vote, so you should be here to advocate for your whatever your side is, that's legal, they can go.
No, I think the matter would need to be continued, and if it's continued to a date certain, it doesn't have to be renoticed. But that's up for the commission the day of. You all voted, it was effectively a denial, and I guess your options would have been you could have continued it in light of that denial, or you could have asked for a resolution supporting the denial, and that would have been the final decision that would have been appealable to the Board of Supervisors. Sorry. Looking at the zoning code, for instance, use permits, which is in Title 21, 2174, it's action by the appropriate authority. That's you all. Basically, what it covers is you all need to make a decision. There's criteria if you're going to grant a use permit, and then that section ends, an appeal may be taken from the action of an appropriate authority. So having a resolution that says some yes, some no, there needs to be an action from this body, and if you're not ready to make that action, I think you continue it.
Yes, and we do, in many cases, take an action allowing staff to complete the resolution without reviewing all the words in the resolution. In other words, we trust the staff to incorporate the changes that we've discussed in an appropriate manner and don't bring that back necessarily. Sometimes we do, but often we do not. So if we were to vote on the resolution reflecting the denial, which is based on the tie of the Rule 12, I think what Ms. Beretti was saying is we could then choose to say, and we don't want to see it, or yes, we do want to see it. Commissioner Roberts?
In seeing the example that was just given to us by Mr. Spencer, I think the intent is that if and when it goes to the Board of Supervisors, they can see why we were split. That this is why half the people thought this way and half the people thought the other way. And so in some ways, that makes sense to me. Here's the record of why we did it this way. In recalling the example that I gave, I'm actually not positive it was a tie vote. I think we actually had a denial, and it came back for approval. The denial came back for approval, and that's when things changed. I don't not remembering that completely. But either way, it came back, and the vote changed. And it was, as council suggested, it was a continuance of the hearing, so therefore noticed. I don't think anyone expected that to happen, but that's what happened. I was going to say one other thing. Oh, and in this case that was provided to us as an example, I suspect that the approval of the project came from the Board of Supervisors without remembering it. That we had done what we were going to do at that point, and somebody must have continued it on to the Board of Supervisors. So.
Well, I think that if I understand correctly, if we don't have findings in front of us available for whatever action we want to take, like if we get a staff recommendation that recommends approval, we have findings and evidence for approval, we decide to deny it, we need to send it back to get the findings and evidence for denial, that we can change at the next hearing. We have every right to change it if we choose to do so. I mean, that is just the way it is, happens all the time. This feels different to me somehow. And I don't know why it feels different to me, but it does, because it so reflects a mixed message. So what is the action? What happens to that action? How do we keep it from becoming an endless loop is what's on my mind. Anyway, maybe the answer is that we take this discussion back and think about it a little more and come back with a suggestion. Would that be something we could do?
Chair, I also wouldn't mind looking at some other planning commission rules to kind of get a survey of how some other commissions deal with this issue.
Commissioner Monsalve?
I still keep coming back to the fact that a tie vote is a no vote. And I understand wanting to list the findings of both sides for historical reasons, for documenting so that the board can see it later when they review it. But I think that the way we phrase it, a tie vote is a no vote, and our findings, it was a tie vote. This no comes down to the fact that it was a tie. That's the finding. And then we can add the arguments for either side somehow separately, but a tie vote is a no vote. My confusion comes where it says a motion to approve, or where am I? If a motion to approve does not pass, then the chair shall permit the applicant to request a continuance if it's appropriate. That seems very subjective because we did not permit this last applicant to request a continuance. And yes, the chair stated, I don't think it's appropriate, but doesn't that feel subjective? And then you have either permit the applicant to request a continuance if appropriate or entertain a motion to deny if sufficient findings are fully articulated. The findings are, it was a tie vote, and a tie vote is a no vote. And then entertain a motion of intent to deny if findings for denial are not yet fully articulated, but they are because it was a tie vote, and a tie vote is a no vote.
Just as a matter of fact, we did indeed get input from the applicant saying they would prefer that we took action and not continue it. That did occur, but otherwise, yes.
That all makes sense to me. So I guess we can return on this, but I just want to be clear on if there is a concern from the commission on the way Rule 12 is currently written.
Yes.
And is it the piece on the chair shall solicit findings for both sides? Yeah, that last paragraph.
I think if we described it more along the lines of what Commissioner Monsalve said, it would make a lot more sense to me. Okay. All right. So Rule 12 is Rule 12. We've had a discussion on, if we're okay with that. Rule 13, which is also on our agenda for continuance. Comments, questions, thoughts, Commissioner Shaw?
Yeah, I guess so. I think this is something I brought up where I felt like our hand was forced, where we were given the illusion of an option, but we didn't actually have an option because we had to continue it because we didn't have the information. And so I don't know how do we navigate that, because I definitely don't need giant packets printed if we really are. There is a reason for it to be continued. I guess I just don't want this idea that we have option when we don't. So how do we fix that?
Through the chair, this was a rule that we recently did change, and it was very lengthy before, and it basically granted a continuance by right if anyone requested it. And I think that was creating issues because members from the public and applicants were requesting it. So if I could suggest, if it's a continuance by right, if requested by staff, I mean, that's something for the commission to consider to alleviate the issue you just highlighted.
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, and I think, that's just from a practical matter. If for any reason staff is unable to be prepared, doesn't have the correct information, or there's other, we aren't able to actually present it. Those continuances need to happen. If there is a request to continue, clearly, from an applicant or otherwise, once the public notice has come out, which is what would prompt then a continuance, if we're not prepared, if it's from that, staff should be prepared once a notice has gone out, should be able to be prepared for presenting an item in the event otherwise. But anything that changes kind of before that notice actually publishes, if they want to pull out of a meeting, or if it's at staff request, because I think the intent is then there's not a decision that could be made because there's insufficient information.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, in the instance where an applicant's requested it and the notice has gone out, staff will prepare the item, it'll be in the packet, and then it'll be within the commission's discretion whether to grant the applicant the continuance or not, which before the rule didn't give you all that discretion.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. I recall hearing that the applicant is automatically entitled to one continuance.
In the past, that had been our practice. I don't know if it was ever enshrined in the rule, but I think it was something that we had done over time, and I believe this rule changes that.
It was enshrined in the old rule, and it was a lengthy, I could pull it up if we need it, but when we had the discussion with this recent amendment, I think staff highlighted the issues with allowing that for applicants, and that's why we made this change, but we may have made an overarching change too much, is what I'm hearing.
So we're not following that practice anymore. Okay, there's no automatic continuances. Then my next question was, I recall one request for continuance from staff because they learned of something about the project or the applicant, some information found its way to staff that the applicant hadn't disclosed or included in the application, and I didn't understand why staff was requesting that continuance. If the applicant wasn't forthcoming with all the information pertinent to an application, staff doesn't have to request that continuance. That's on, I feel like the responsible party for disclosing that information is the applicant. And if they kept something from staff and from that application, then your application goes forward and it comes to us, we ask the question, we hear a bad answer, there's our decision.
Ms. Beretti, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think just generally speaking, staff does try to work with applicants when we do identify a hearing date. We do try to give as much flexibility as we can if we're waiting for materials. Sometimes what will happen is after the notices come out, we were supposed to get something, we receive it, it's either inadequate or it didn't get received. So there are limited circumstances where in staff trying to be flexible with applications, we find ourselves in that. We have been trying to work internally to be much clearer with applicants of what their drop dead timeline is to provide any requested materials, and that we don't release that notice to the papers ahead of that. So I think there's some internal practice that we can improve to avoid those circumstances, absolutely. Unless it's something that was simply not identified. Occasionally there are new things that do come up after notice have gone out. But again, that would be a request for staff to suggest that we don't have sufficient information, or it was new and perhaps it was something missed.
Well, also there's the other situation in which the matter is noticed and the agenda item comes out and some third party brings forward information that needs to be verified, because otherwise it's just an allegation and staff needs time to go and take a look at that and see whether they feel it would change the outcome or not. And I, for one, appreciate that they would do that. And so that, I think, would be an appropriate request from staff as well. New information has come in through public comment. We need to, it would make a difference if it were true. We don't know. We have to go look. Commissioner Shaw?
I think, thank you. I think one of the most recent cases that I can remember was a code enforcement, which was why it was continued, right? Where the county became aware, staff became aware of a code enforcement issue that needed to be investigated before it could move forward.
So as an outcome, it sounds, am I hearing that the language is not so much a problem as we just want to be clear on the practice, and that as Ms. Beretti has described it, the staff could bring forward an abbreviated packet where they had inadequate information to move forward for whatever reason. And other than that, if a continuance is requested, it would come forward with a full packet, like by the applicant or by anyone else. Is that kind of what you said? Sort of?
So where it seems reasonable is if If staff has prepared, we've sent out notice and had every reason to expect we would hit the date. But for some reason, there's an applicant request, not any new material information or anything that that staff wasn't aware of or comes new. In those circumstances, staff typically brings forward our recommendation, which would be a recommendation of continuance. Under typical circumstances, it was requested by the applicant. We could recommend the continuance, but be prepared to present the materials should the Planning Commission wish to consider the item. We could do it alternatively where I think, again, if there's if there's concern about last minute requests or late requests from applicants to continue items, the other option is staff could just have the full item presented, all the information there, with then noting that the request for continuance has been made.
Thoughts? I'm actually quite comfortable with that. The only exception I see is if we have a notice issue where we can't proceed, but that's more of a mechanical problem. Commissioner Monsalve.
I was going to say that council used the term by right, continuance by right if it's requested by staff. And that would cover anything that Ms. Peretti just stated, not anything that the applicant didn't disclose, but rather information that staff realizes is pertinent and isn't prepared to present. But if we have the opportunity to hear, where did this new information come from, and do we feel that the continuance isn't being requested as a tactic to delay somehow, then I think I'd be comfortable also.
I guess the question for the commission, is there anybody who is not comfortable with that, who wants some additional clarity? And I'm not seeing that. And if staff is in fact clear about what was just said, is that understandable? I mean, I know we have some information coming back about Rule 12. Rule 13, do we want to just assume we're going to have a summary of what we discussed in terms of staff practice and what is a by right at the same time when we bring that back?
I think we could come back with some red line of language, at least, and then if you're comfortable with it, we can entertain a motion, and if not, we can further refine the language.
Perfect. That way we can have the discussion in public. Is everybody okay with that? Is there a motion? Do we need to continue it, again, probably to a date uncertain? Or do we just accept the report and give direction?
Yeah, this isn't a notice public hearing. This is just you giving us direction, so.
Okay. We don't want to waste any precious voting if we don't have to.
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that's going to be helpful so that we're all on the same page, so to speak. That brings us up to item number 6 on our agenda, which is the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center report. And I think, is Ms. Peretti, are you leading us through this, or Ms. Kenga? Staff, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Deal. Alex, would you please share staff rate? Good afternoon, Annie Kenga with Monterey County HCD. Here to present on the request for information on the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. The subject property is located at 3300 Portola Road in Pebble Beach within the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, and is shown in this graphic here on the slide. To provide a little bit of background, the county does have an existing agreement between the Pebble Beach Company and the County Board of Supervisors. This agreement was dated July 24th, 1984, and it was done in a response to the board's adoption of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan in 1984. The Pebble Beach Company owns a substantial amount of property and facilities in the Del Monte Forest, and the agreement was made to assure that in carrying out the land use plan policies as they affect Pebble Beach or its properties, Pebble Beach will seek to maintain and enhance the unique environment of the Del Monte Forest. The agreement includes items such as development standards, open space dedication, maintenance of the road system, public access, and things of that nature. Section X or 10 of that agreement addresses the Beach Club and Equestrian Center. And this section states that the Pebble Beach Company agrees that the beach and tennis club will continue to operate, and that in the event of transfer of ownership, operation will continue for a period of 5 years. The last sentence of that section states that the Pebble Beach Company agrees that the Equestrian Center and Collins Field will continue to operate for a period of not less than 10 years. Staff reviewed the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan and permitting of the Equestrian Center to relative to the county's role to require the Equestrian Center to remain in use. There are no Del Monte Forest policies that require or allow the county to enforce maintaining operation of the Equestrian Center. However, there are policies such as Policy 141 and narratives in subsection 1.g of the public access areas of the land use plan that speak to the provision of providing equestrian access. That provision is also included in the circulation section of the land use plan. In terms of the use, the Equestrian Center is consistent with the land use and zoning of the property and is permitted as an existing use. It was also contemplated as the Pebble Beach concept plan. However, there are no conditions of approval or stated in the findings that the ongoing operation in perpetuity is a requirement of that permit. That is also very similar to how all our typical permit approvals run. Sometimes there's an expiration date, but there isn't usually a requirement for continuous operation. Recently, or in 2000, there was a private agreement between the Pebble Beach Company and the Del Monte Forest owners, and that was relative to Measure A. Condition B of this agreement states that the existing Equestrian Center will not be taken out of operation or materially reduced in scope by the Pebble Beach Company until a new Equestrian Center on land owned by Pebble Beach is fully operational. The county is not a party to this agreement, and this being a private agreement, it would be a civil matter between the Del Monte Forest property owners and the Pebble Beach Company. Without clear policy and permit conditions of approval to enforce, the county does not have a basis to intercede in the decisions of the Pebble Beach Company to close the Equestrian Center. With that, staff requests that the Planning Commission accept staff's report, and we are available for question if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Kinga. Ms. Donlin, did you want to weigh in at all?
I guess I'll just add to Anna's information. I've read a lot of the public comment that's been received, and there's reference to the Resolution 12-149 that the Board of Supervisors approved in 2012, and that was when Pebble Beach Company was granted a combined development permit to do various things, including build this equestrian center. And through that action, they were allowed to do that, but there's no requirements within this resolution, the general development plan associated with this action that requires that this use be continued. It's basically saying you're allowed to do it, but there's no associated requirement that you do continue to provide the equestrian service as a recreational facility. And I'll add this agreement that Anna referenced It was in response to Measure A that went to the voters, and I don't have a ton of information about that measure, but basically it was an agreement between Pebble Beach Company and the Del Monte property owners that the property owners wouldn't fight the measure, that they would go along with what it was Pebble Beach was trying to do with that measure. And that agreement was signed, put on title, but again, the county is not a party to that agreement, and there's nothing we can do to enforce the provisions of that agreement. That would be a separate action between others. So I guess to summarize, the agreement part I think I was very clear on, but as far as the county entitlements, there's no requirement that Pebble Beach Company continue to provide this facility.
Thank you. Ms. Beretti, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think staff would just state that if there is any additional agreement or documentation that we don't have in our record or have not been provided, we would be happy to review that. But based on everything that we've been provided and everything that we have and can find on record, that's our conclusion.
Thank you. I really appreciate this look. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, just the very first agreement, I wasn't familiar with it. And so there was an agreement between the county and the Pebble Beach Company that you referenced?
Yes, through the chair. The 1984 agreement between the county and Pebble Beach Company, that was in response to the adoption of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. So there's a change in policy and rules that weren't in effect. The reason for that agreement was just to ensure that the Pebble Beach Company was allowed to continue doing what they were already operating. And it also addressed things like maintenance and signage and the requirement of the Architectural Review Board.
And through the chair, the only reference in that agreement to the Equestrian Center was the one that you put up on the screen about no less than 10 years in operation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Thank you, Chair. So I got to play guy from the sticks down in South County. How did we end up with this even on our plate if it appears, I'm just saying, it appears to be pretty cut and dried that it's really none of the county's purview. So why are we doing this now? Can anybody give me, oh, good, okay, Commissioner Deal, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. That's on me. We had a great deal of public comment alleging that the county did have a dog in this fight. And as a result, rather than have ongoing public comment, I had asked if we could put it on the agenda, and the commission agreed so that we could get this information back in front of us. That's my fault it's here, just to sum up. Other commissioners? Not seeing any. I'll open this matter for the public. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this matter? It appears that there is. Mr. Stillwell, come forward, please. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sure there are. Hi. Chair Deal, members of the commission, members of county staff, my name is Mark Stillwell. A little historical background. I've worked now for Pebble Beach Company for 34 years. Started as outside counsel, worked on the reclamation project, which provides all the irrigation water for the golf courses, became general counsel, and then about 25 years I was the EVP of real estate. So all of these documents I'm fairly intimately familiar with. I retired in 2014 after final approval and the commencement of the first Del Monte Forest project because I thought my work was done. But I've stayed on and will consult and help the company on various issues. So that's why I'm here today, because I am the person most familiar with the historical background here. First thing I want to say is we entirely agree with the staff report. That is the correct conclusion in our opinion. We've also discussed with our 5th District Supervisor. Her office has been receiving comments about this closure as well. And I thought a couple of, with a kind of the standard response that Supervisor Adams' office is providing is that it was determined we cannot prevent the closure of the Equestrian Center. The Board of Supervisors cannot take action on this closure, so we were not able to add it to the agenda. And then she went on later to say, everything that the Pebble Beach Company has done with this closure is by the book. We are not able to prevent the closure since they are a private company. And We've also had several conversations with Coastal Commission staff, who were obviously intimately involved with the Del Monte Forest Plan and the amendments, and they concur with this conclusion as well. So with that, I really came here today because Supervisor Adams encouraged us to come and have somebody here to answer questions, and you got me. So I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to respond to anything mentioned by the public. I'm very familiar. The 84 agreement was a precursor to the 1984 land use plan. We don't refer to it much anymore, but it did have a 10-year minimum for the equestrian center, which obviously expired over 30 years ago. Am I near my end of my time? The 2000 agreement was solely contingent on the passage of Measure A and its certification by the Coastal Commission, which did not happen. It was the centerpiece was getting a new golf course in Pebble Beach, which was killed by the Coastal Commission. And so that agreement is null and void. And we've actually confirmed that with the gentleman who signed on behalf of the DMFPO all those years ago. So with that, that's my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stillwell. I'm not seeing anybody lean forward, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? Come on down. Welcome. You can pull the microphone into your appropriate vicinity and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kirsten Stember and I represent the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center Coalition. And we formed in response to the sudden closure of the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. And I disagree with some of the things that were just previously said. As a layman reading the laws, I look at things a little bit differently. The public actually felt that the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center was a site that was to be saved in perpetuity. And I don't know if you can bring up the housing and development link, but if you go to the Monterey County link, well, it's your own document, or you want me to share mine? Okay. I don't think I have that.
Those who don't know, Alex is going to come out here and straighten this out.
Come right
But
in here real quick.
it's your own document on the county housing, Monterey County.
Is it on the Pebble Beach major projects page? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's, we shared the link earlier. Oh, it's Monterey County Housing, Community, and Development Planning Department, and it's the Pebble Beach link. It's on your own site. So we're looking at your own, there it is. That's it. So if you can share that up to the big screen and then go on to, scroll down to the conditions of approval. And this is the history, the Measure A. The Measure A was actually found to be illegal by the Coastal Commission, and because it was aimed at clear cutting about 17,000 Monterey pine trees. So even though it was unanimously passed by the Board of Supervisors, it was not legal. So this is the tail end. We are dealing with the tail end of Measure A, basically, excuse the pun, here at the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. So if you go to the conditions of approval and click on it, and then if you go to page 7, and you read the conditions, it says the Pebble Beach Company shall, which is mandatory, be required to prepare and implement a Del Monte Forest public access management plan that is subject to review and approval by the county and the executive director of the Coastal Commission. The plan shall clearly describe the manner in which general public access in the Del Monte Forest is to be managed and provided. And it goes on to the bottom of the plan. If you scroll through, it actually, the plan says that the elements were outlined in the forest plan, and it shall include a minimum of section 20.147095. And if you go into these different things, you look at what the public access requirements are. And so the public access, the Pebble Beach Company is the owner of the vast majority of the underdeveloped land in the Del Monte Forest. And the concept plan includes additions, improvements, and/or redevelopment of certain Pebble Beach Company visitor-serving and commercial facilities, including the Lodge at Pebble Beach, the Inn at Spanish Bay, and the Equestrian Center. The requirements and the regulations required the plan to describe all public access areas. So if you scroll down, and it's later on in this plan, the public access areas are areas that are to be saved in perpetuity. The Pebble Beach area number A is 17-mile drive, including bike access and bike lanes, all defined access ways adjacent to the 17-mile drive, which includes all of the pullouts, all trails along 17-mile drive, all public access at the Inn at Spanish Bay, all public access areas at the Lodge, all public access areas at the new hotel, and the Pebble Beach Company golf courses and the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center, specifically only to their public access and use parameters. So the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center is a named public access center in the public access areas. It's not a parking lot. It never has been. The Pebble Beach Equestrian Center is 100 years old. It's the reason the trails are there and we get to enjoy them. And so it is a historical landscape. And it goes on to say that these areas are to be saved in perpetuity. So we are asking that the permit that was given to demolish the Equestrian Center based on rebuilding another one be denied, and whatever the Pebble Beach Company decides that they're going to do with this land, they need to reapply for another permit, because the permit for demolition was given under these pretenses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to comment on this matter? Come on up. If you're going to comment, come down so that we can get you right in. Welcome, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Laura Fenwick. I do not own a horse. I do not own property on Pebble Beach. I am just a person that lives here, and I love to go to Pebble Beach Equestrian Center like 5 times a week to ride. I ride other people's horses. I took lessons there when they used to have lessons there, and I care very much about this place closing. I would bring up the public access element too. In the land use package on page 51, it does say for the Coastal Act that the the recreational access opportunities should be maximized. This latter statutory direction presents a different threshold than to simply provide and protect such access. It is fundamentally different from others like provisions in the laws in this respect. In other words, it is not enough to simply provide access to and along the coast, and it is not enough simply to protect access. Rather, such access must also be maximized. And we bring this up to you because it does also say in the implementation that all private and public development within the forest will be reviewed against the requirements of the land use policy documents. And it also, at the end, it tells us that the enforcement positive action by the county is required to ensure that the tenets of the LUP are fulfilled, and that all county departments engaged in activities in the Del Monte Forest will refer to any possible violations, including development, without benefit of a CDP and development inconsistent with the terms, anyway, for the planning department investigation. So we find it hard that you could make that decision without having somebody legally look at all the details in this regarding the public assets, regarding the history of it. You brought up in earlier things today about respecting homeowners' rights. Well, that, we understand that that is between the homeowners and the Pebble Beach Company, but they have written a letter asking the Pebble Beach Company to delay this decision, to look at other options, to look at options such as meeting with the stakeholders. There's never been a public discussion. They never met with us. Even Mary Adams, When they met with Pebble Beach, it was behind closed doors. It's always been a he said, she said. The 1984 document, there's been documents since 1984 that have talked about putting in a new center. The emails to borders have said, we're going to make a decision in March on when and how we're going to do this new center. And then in March, all of a sudden, you're told it's going to be, it's closing permanently, and we'll pay you to leave as soon as you can. So I just ask for more time for this before it's demolished. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for your clever adhesion to the time limit. That was well done. Anybody else want to speak on this matter? Come on forward. Mr. Stillwell, you've spoken already. Not at this time.
Good afternoon, and thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts for hearing us today. We appreciate it. My name's Lois Hazard. I live in Carmel by the Sea. I am faculty associate for research at the Naval Postgraduate School, and I had boarded my horse at the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center and have been riding the Del Monte Forest since I was 12 years old, which has been a great joy to me in my lifetime. On the question of public access, and I also want to mention that there was a lovely letter written by the Del Monte Forest property owners group or association that supports delaying the closure for at least 2 years until some of these things can be, looked at a little closer, and from a legal lens, of course. With regard to that public access, I heard earlier today a very informed commission. I really kudos to you all about the concern you have for public health, not necessarily first public wealth, and the sense of community that you have for the people and communities that you serve. I'd like to quote a few things from an article that was first published in the Pebble Beach Corporation's own magazine, and this was just from 2019. It's not that long ago. Tours typically, and this is speaking of course, the Equestrian Center, tours typically include a mix of resort guests, residents, and travelers visiting the Monterey Peninsula. Out-of-towners might find themselves sightseeing with one of the center's treasured rescues. That means a horse. The center took rescues. In addition to caring for the rescued animals, Equestrian Center employees distributed shavings, fed, cleaned, blanketed, so on and so forth. While many boarding clients take classes on their own animals, instructors also teach with the center's lesson horses. Riders age 6 and older participate in basic horsemanship, jumping, and dressage, and seasonal children's camps bundle lessons with art projects, pizza parties, trail rides, and games. Interscholastic Equestrian Association teams for middle school and high school students provide additional experiences. That's just a tiny, tiny bit of the history that was past tense, once a part of the Equestrian Center and what went on there. That's really no more. And I want to further address public access and what public means and what the Equestrian Center means to the public and to the community.
I'm sorry, but that is your time.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for your
I'll
comment.
Just end with saying public access should be also for those who can afford it. That's what the center provided with trail rides and lessons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come on down. You've got 3 minutes.
Chair Deal, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I wanted Kathleen Lee, again with Pebble Beach Company, just wanted to reaffirm for the commission that all of the public access for pedestrian, bike, and equestrian trails that's 30 plus miles within the Del Monte Forest will continue to remain open and maintained by the company so that any type of public access for equestrians will remain unchanged as it is today. So in the future, that does mean that people will have the opportunity to come and trailer in their horses, recognizing that is a slight change to the current practice, but Just wanted to reaffirm that those trails will remain and will be maintained for public access, since that wasn't earlier stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to folks who are here with us on Zoom. Andrew A. Turnbull, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Yes. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. Greetings, members of the Monterey County Planning Commission. I'm Andrew A. Turnbull, an equine advocate in Sonoma, California, in the East San Francisco Bay Area near Livermore and Pleasanton. I'm Vice President and General Manager of a nonprofit organization, the International Horsemanship Foundation, a 501c3. I'm a former area vice president for the California State Horsemen's Association, also a 501c3. The International Horsemanship Foundation enriches the lives of humans and horses through relationship-based horsemanship education, communication, and community. We've awarded over $1 million in grants and scholarships across North America to help equine-assisted therapy organizations, horse rescues, career scholarships, and youth scholarships. Indeed, horses help humans, and stories we have heard from our grant and scholarship recipients are often heartwarming and frequently amazing. Recently, a military veteran suffering from PTSD had to be talked into showing up for his regular equine therapy session that he did not intend to attend. Yet, at the end of that therapeutic session with a horse, he chose to reach into his pocket and turn in his suicide note. Scientists are now releasing study results that prove what we horse owners already know. That the spectacular half-ton bunny rabbit on a string prey animal has unique qualities to help humans. There are more horse owners in the Golden State than any other state in the Union. The economic impact of the horse industry in California is perhaps the largest industry hiding in plain sight. As a group of horse enthusiasts and equine advocates, we must stand together to protect every inch of equestrian access and infrastructure in the great state of California and the Western United States. We know that horses help humanity, and we must make clear the continued relevance and the value of the horse to those of you in authority like you on the Monterey Planning Commission. To continue to enrich the lives of humans and horses, please support access to horse recreation and trails in Monterey County. And please keep open the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. May the horse be with you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to Lisa Baca now. Ms. Baca, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on what Christian said. If the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center was not part of the public access in perpetuity, the Pebble Beach Company would not have been required to file a manure management plan. Manure management plans are for facilities, so that was part of the permit. I would like to also ask the commission, in addition to the environmental impact report, will the Planning Commission require a historical cultural report to be prepared for the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center prior to any demolition? We have already consulted with the Historic Resources Associates, who are on the approved historic consultant list for the Monterey County, and they are open to doing such a study. Allegedly, the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center is being sacrificed for the creation of a new Pebble Beach Resort Conference Center. According to See Monterey, the website for conference schedulers, there are currently 252 lodging facilities with 12,004 guest rooms, more than 700 restaurants, and 25 golf courses in Monterey. There is only one equestrian center remaining that is accessible to the 30-mile coastal equestrian trails. Tourists from all over the world come to ride horses and it is the best service for the Monterey community, do we really need another conference center? All three co-chairs of the Pebble Beach Company, Heidi Uberoth, Brian Ferris, and Bill Perochi, they have their family members who serve on the Pebble Beach Company Foundation, Gene Stivers, Christine Perochi. They all know the value of investing into sports and youth programs. Heidi Uberoth sits on the Boys and Girls Club of America. She's able to secure $100,000 donations to the local Boys and Girls Club. They know the value of equine therapy. They fund equine therapy programs. The Pebble Beach Equestrian Center has a one-of-a-kind community resource that's provided riding lessons for youth, equine therapy programs for veterans, youth with special needs, seniors who have a daily purpose of coming to see their horse companions. It's the birthplace of Olympic champions. It is the only facility that is accessible to the California coastal trails. And in answer to Ms. Lee, without the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center, where are we supposed to offload and go to the bathroom? That's a basic that no one's even discussed. Where's our water source? Where's the bathroom? I am asking that the Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition please work with us. Please save this historic landmark and a jewel. We can share the property there. We can both coexist. This doesn't have to be an either or. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Richard Parrish, you have your hand up. Richard Parrish, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Richard, it should be prompting you to unmute.
Okay, that wasn't showing before.
We hear you now. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I've lived in Pebble Beach for more than 50 years, and my house is 2 blocks from the Equestrian Center. I, my wife, my daughters, and 4 grandchildren all learned to ride at Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. I have horses on my property now, and I'm afraid that I will lose access to the extensive trail network because the access to the trails from where I live 2 blocks away is through the Equestrian Center. Now, as a woman on earlier said, they were all going to be able to use the equestrian trails. Well, I'm not sure that's true because people are not allowed to go through much of the Pebble Beach property anymore. I've noticed that over the years, Pebble Beach has put all of its emphasis on visitors, and residents are no longer considered to be important. For example, if you Google Earth and look down in Pebble Beach, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of acres of grass, 8 golf courses, 2 driving ranges. The polo field where I used to play polo used to be the sole grass park-like area available residents in Pebble Beach. Now there is no place with grass that people who do not play golf can use. So I would like to ask the board to not approve the destruction of the Equestrian Center, at least until the residents have seen what Pebble Beach plans to do with this last open space available to residents. Hopefully, there will be no destruction of the Equestrian Center until someone decides to approve whatever Pebble Beach is going to propose. And I just hope they don't propose paving it over like they've done with the rest of the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for your comments. I have Thea Montella with her hand up. Thea Montella, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Throughout the last century, the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center has had a deep and rich history. By the mid-1990s, however, it became very apparent that the Pebble Beach Company had their own designs for the site of the equestrian center when they proposed moving the stables to the Sawmill Borough site. Hence followed a manipulation of zoning and land use policies that redefined equestrian and open recreational space, the result of which is that 13 acres of multi-use polo field was converted to a private golf academy, and most of the 14 acres of multi-use hunt field had become an asphalt special events parking lot. What cannot, however, be rewritten and redefined is the historical precedence of equestrian activity in Pebble Beach and the 2012 land use plan for the Del Monte Forest. That document has guaranteed the Pebble Beach Company extensive, and I would dare to say obscene, commercial and residential development throughout the forest, and it clearly designates an equestrian center in the current location on 11.82 acres. I have emails from the county, from Mr. Stillwell himself, that designated and talked about an equestrian center on that site. It is the responsibility of the Planning Commission to be our local representation and to enforce the land use plan. Despite the best intentions of work of many passionate individuals and employees, the operational failure of the equestrian center was an orchestrated and deliberate failure. Competitions were discontinued, the lesson program, clinics, and riding camps suspended, and all trail rides were in the end eliminated. For the last 2 years, no new boarders were allowed in despite a waiting list of over 50 horses. A barn that had been successfully independently operated for almost 90 years was run into the ground over the last 11 years by its present management. Although the Pebble Beach Company has cited a decline in interest in the equestrian industry, a report from the American Horse Council published in February of this year found that in 2023, the equine ecosystem provided a total value of $11.6 billion to California's economy, and this was up from $8.3 billion in 2018. Even though SFB Morse gave horses central prominence in his plan for Pebble Beach, he could not have envisioned the evolution and importance of the horse as a vital component in the health of our community and the community at large, which extends so far beyond the bounds of sport and the bottom line. Together, we can craft a new vision for a continued equine presence on what remains of the original equestrian center acreage, using its original buildings and granting future generations the possibility to experience, learn, grow, and heal in the presence of the horse. It's a presence we cannot afford to lose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a hand up from Ashley Kelly. Ashley Kelly, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
please, go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling to support and add to the comments made by those in support of the Equestrian Center. And I also want to thank this commission for taking the time to agendize this most urgent matter and listen to our comments. I would like to point out that though the idea of keeping the trails open for riders is good on paper, not everyone who wants to ride those trails has their own horse, nor do they have their own truck and trailer. Access to the trail horses is also part of what the center provided. Those trails have also been repeatedly closed without notice to riders for the Pebble Beach Company to host wine tastings and other events. The Pebble Beach Company has made promises on the record to rebuild the barn and preserve the center, but now they're poised to go forward with closing the center and demolishing it for a conference center. We're calling on them to please keep the promises that they keep breaking, because it is in fact entirely possible for both entities to exist side by side as they have for decades. The Pebble Beach Company claims that the center wasn't financially viable, but the fact is that it was doing just fine before 2013. When the company took over its management that year, they began to institute slow-motion demolition by willful neglect and mismanagement. The center was a monument to West Coast equestrian culture and a huge provider and contributor of vital community resources. Horse facilities all over the state are under attack on a regular basis by developers who want to use and exploit open land use for horse keeping. But the equestrian culture in California is not just a huge part of our history and heritage, but of American history itself. But back to the center. I won't go on about all the merits of the center, as those have been covered, but I do want to return to comments that I made before this board last month. When the horse shows went away, There was one show contract from Longines, who's a very successful watch company, who had a bid to stage their shows at the center, and it was rejected by the Pebble Beach company. This would have almost certainly generated millions in revenue, both for the center and the surrounding areas. I point this out because one of the Pebble Beach company's claims is that the center is not viable, but that's just simply not true. It could have been viable and profitable, but they have deliberately run it into the ground. In previous comments before this board, others have talked about this, and I want to make sure these critical facts are not forgotten and that they're noted in the public record. There's also a number of comments to these points on the Change.org petition asking to stop the closure of the center, which now has 2,700 comments on it. Horses are an integral part of the peninsula, and getting rid of the stables will diminish the recreational opportunities in Pebble Beach. The stables bring a different group to Pebble Beach other than just golfers and car enthusiasts. I'm asking that the company please keep its broken promises and do the right thing as a good neighbor. It needs to be the community resource that it brands itself as, and stop sabotaging the equestrians, because they live in Pebble Beach too. They contribute to the economy and they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly, for your comments. I don't see any other hands up at this time. Madam Clerk, is there any hands up that I'm missing, or do we have any emails on the email line?
We do have two new hands up.
Okay, let's go there first before we do anything else. My screen keeps jumping here. I have a hand up from Jane Vanderwerf. Jane Vanderwerf, you have
right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hearing this discussion and for being willing to keep an open mind to a diversity option for our communities in the entire state of California, this access to property that allows equestrians to exist. As current social media chair and former president of the Equestrian Center of Walnut Creek, for which I've volunteered for the last 15 years, I'm well aware of the need we have for open land and property that allows the horse to remain a fixture in our state. We've already heard comments about the value that the horse brings, not only to people through equine therapy, and honestly to the businesses that are supported by the horses that are being maintained in the area. But I will say that with the Equestrian Center, our organization maintains 2 public arenas in Heather Farm Park in Walnut Creek. And it was built on the site of a historic thoroughbred racing facility, which we can talk about the history and the value that we saw in the past, what the horse contributed to our state, to our economy, et cetera. And while we all recognize that, we also understand that with the land that we need to participate in our sport, especially in consideration of the increasing value of land in our communities, we need to show you, people, I don't know if any of you there in the committee, the commission, are horse, owners or are interested in horses at all, but we need to show the non-horse community the value that we can provide. And the only way we can do that is through being located in an area close to where the public can get to horses. And what we are seeing, and again, many comments have already been made with regard to equine therapy and what horses do for people. They ground us. They keep us present. They keep us outdoors. They keep us off our phones and our couches. They are extremely valuable in the balance of our lives and maintaining both mental and physical health. And I really want to encourage the board not to approve the destruction of the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I have a hand up from Stephen Brown. Stephen Brown, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've got more questions than comments, I'd say. I own a property directly across the street from the Equestrian Center. I do have, well, first off, was it my understanding that the county doesn't enforce CCNRs? And you guys can answer that when I'm off. And then the second question was to the gentleman that was part of the legal team that worked with Pebble Beach Company. I've got a copy of a document in front of me, and it's an agreement between Del Monte Forest property owners and Pebble Beach Company, specifically stating that the existing equestrian center will not be taken out of operation by the Pebble Beach Company or materially reduced in scope of operation until a new equestrian center on land currently owned by PBC is fully operational at a scope of operation that is not less than that of the existing facility, and also includes a covered arena. Beach access or trails will be preserved. The condition will only take effect if and to the extent Pebble Beach obtains the vested right to construct a new equestrian center on land currently owned by PBC. However, until the vested rights are obtained or denied, the equestrian center will not be taken out of operation or materially reduced by Pebble Beach Company. That's dated April 27, 2001. So if that gentleman can maybe speak to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you for your comments. We don't actually engage in conversations here, but we will certainly pass your comments along, and I think everyone here in the chamber has heard your questions. So thank you again for your comments. Once again, my screen is blinking on me. Madam Clerk, do we have additional hands up or any comments on our email?
We do not have any more hands up on Zoom and no new emails.
Thank you. All right, that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and conclude the public comment period and bring this back to the commission and ask the staff if they've heard anything that they would like to address in the course of these comments. Ms. Donlin, did you have a...
Yeah, I can go quickly and then I'll pass it to you, Anna, and you can definitely clean up on anything I say. But I just wanted to be clear, the county did issue Pebble Beach Company a combined development permit that was memorialized in Resolution 12-149. Some of the public speakers spoke about the conditions of approval that were tied to that resolution, one of which was referenced and put up on the screen. And there's, it's condition 14, and that condition 14 specifies sections of the Del Monte Forest Coastal Implementation Plan, and there's two sections in particular. There's section 20-147-195I, and then also 20-147-130. I've read those sections of the CIP, and I know staff has too, and they talk about public access and certain requirements, but there's no associated requirement that the equestrian facility exist in perpetuity or for any amount of time. It really just preserves public access. I'll also add in those conditions, besides condition 14, there's a manure, I can't remember the verbiage, but basically how they're going to deal with manure, there's a condition to that effect, but there's no other explicit conditions that exist that speak to the equestrian facility having to continue in use. And along with that, I mentioned earlier, there's general plan, or not general plan, I'm sorry, not LUP either. I can tell I'm getting tired. Help me out.
CIP.
Not CIP. It'll come to me. It shouldn't be this difficult, but it is. General Development Plan Association, or that's what it is, I'm sorry. General Development Plan language, and again, no explicit requirement there. So I was not doing that very well, but trying to sum up what the county entitlements cover. And in my reading of everything, there's no requirement, and the county has no jurisdiction to do anything with this matter.
Thank you. And that was the question that we agendized, is that we'd heard a lot of comment. Did we have any place in this discussion? So we really appreciate looking into it. Ms. Kenga?
Yes, relative to the demolition of the equestrian center, that activity was covered under the entitlement for the resolution that County Council referred to. So the Planning Commission wouldn't be considering demolition. It would simply be a building permit or a demolition permit. And I do not believe that one is on file yet. And then relative to the property being historical, there was an EIR that was prepared for part of that combined development permit and the land use plan amendment. There are no mitigation measures that were identified to address historicity of the area or the structure. The finding states that the potential impacts to cultural resources were less than significant, and there are no other conditions of approval.
Thank you, Ms. King. Ms. Beretti, did you have something else to add? No? Commissioners? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Deal. So, we're often down in the weeds here and understand this to a certain extent, sometimes more than folks in the public. So I just want to reiterate that there were a couple questions, and it's been referenced a few different times, the document that's an agreement between the Del Monte Forest Property Owners Association and the Pebble Beach Company, and there's just no jurisdiction in terms of us as a county having any say or remedy for anything that would be in that agreement. And then you answered two of my questions already. So just to reiterate, there will be no demolition permit coming before the Planning Commission, because a lot of public commenters referenced, don't allow the permit.
That is correct. It requires a coastal administrative permit, and that was already granted.
Okay. And then the resolution that was referenced by Ms. Donlin spoke about public access, but nothing that referenced an equestrian center specifically. And that resolution, if you could just reiterate for me what it was for?
It was a combined development permit for Pebble Beach Company to do various things, and it's detailed in the resolution: expand the lodge, build the new equestrian center. So it certainly grants the use, yes, build a new equestrian center, but there's no language that says this equestrian center has to continue to be in use.
Okay.
And there are provisions about public access needs to be provided going forward, but nothing tied to the equestrian center in particular.
Okay, thank you. And then I think my last question is, there was public comment about public access that an individual had, and they were talking about their own horses. Where would that individual go with those comments or concerns if it's not something that if the county, the LUP has a public access component, I'm assuming, and the Coastal Commission has a say in public access as well. But questions about whether public access will be lost, what is the appropriate mechanism or channel for someone? And we have adopted the LUP, public access is part of the LUP. What would your recommendation be to members of the public?
Through the chair, I would recommend the members of the public contact HCD Planning. I can make my information available. If there is if there is a question whether or not they were out of compliance with the land use plan, like not providing equestrian trails, public access also allows that no fee be charged for pedestrians, bicyclists, and folks riding horses to Pebble Beach. So if they were out of compliance with what is required by the CAP, then they can contact us or our Code Enforcement Division.
Okay, so through the chair, I just want to say to all the folks that have come forward and made public comment today, these are big changes, and I understand absolutely the concerns and the sadness, I think, around something like this happening. It does seem like it's a really big change. I don't think that they're, hearing today what was presented by county staff, I'm looking for the nexus, where the county planning commission and the county intersect with decisions that are being made to change this use. And it doesn't sound from what you're saying that the LUP holds, any commitment to, in perpetuity, this equestrian center being an equestrian center. And the LUP is the mechanism for all of us here on the Planning Commission. But, even just with what you just said, if those trails and public access are going to be available and the equestrian center doesn't exist, there is a remaining question as to how the folks on those horses or with those horses or without those horses get that opportunity that sounds like is in the land use plan as an allowed use that is free and should be made available to the public. So these are unanswered questions that I think do, and I'm not clear on where the public goes to get those questions answered at this point in time. I'm really glad that we allowed for this time here today. Thank you, Chair Deal. But I still have some unanswered questions about, how the land use plan upholds that right for equestrian use on the trails in Pebble Beach when the landing pad, the entrance sort of is gone, because I don't imagine folks are going to ride their horses through the gate, necessarily. So there's some unanswered questions here for me, but I appreciate that we looked into where the nexus was for the county, and thank you for everything that you provided for us today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to weigh in and piggyback on that. Start out by saying that the first time I rode a horse in the Pebble Beach out of the Equestrian Center was 60 years ago. I was probably 6 years old with my aunt. So I am aware of the situation and share the sadness at change, and there are many changes that I regret. And what you probably heard earlier today, those of you who were here, what we have to do is figure out what the Planning Commission's role is in anything like this. So what we ask the staff to do is, what is the Planning Commission's role? And so advocacy around what is good about the Equestrian Center isn't part of what we're able to deal with directly. I mean, I know we all take it in and hear it. I think everyone does. It's just that isn't our area of operation. We don't have any handle to get onto that. And we have asked staff, and they have taken a careful look at all the suggestions, comments, and concerns that the public has raised around what the county's role might be. But at the end of the day, thus far with what I'm heard, I remain pretty convinced that the staff has done a good job in outlining where we would, as a Planning Commission, have a role in what comes next. And I guess I would just finish up by saying a lot of things take a long time. And some of these decisions were actually made a long time ago. And for some of us, perhaps we weren't paying attention at that time. And what I see is a lot of situations where there are language that allows something but doesn't require it. And when people have read it, they have read it as if it required it. And so those two things are very different. It had happened in the context of a larger discussion that happened a long time ago, so obviously people have changed, understandings have changed. We're stuck with what's on the paper, and that's why we've asked our staff to go through that, and I really appreciate the effort, knowing that we weren't certain that we had any hand in it at all. So it's only questionably relevant to the Planning Commission to even bring it up. But we had, because of the passionate comment, we had reason to ask the question, and we have. And again, I thank staff for indulging us in what may or may not have been directly within our purview, and I thank the public for using this opportunity wisely to bring forward all of their concerns that they could, so that they at least have been aired and various parties involved have heard them. I think conversation is really an important thing. Other commissioners? Anybody? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yeah, I know we've heard a lot of information from the public in terms of individuals going to Supervisor Adams or the coastal commissioners that were involved in the past. But I think one of the big pieces that I heard was that people were concerned about public access points and access to the trails, and it seems to me that those are still going to be there from the information that was gathered. One piece, and I'm not sure again whether or not or where that goes to, is some of the same concerns that some of the other commissioners have mentioned, was in terms of where do the trailers park, how are people going to go into the trails in terms of the horses. But I'm not sure where that goes to. I'm not sure if it's information that we would have or we would not even get involved in at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Shaw?
I just wanted to, address the people who have spoken about this and let you know that I completely empathize with your feeling of powerlessness and disappointment in this process, and know that we, did our best to try and find some reason that we could step in somewhere where it would be under our purview, and it's just not. So all I can say is keep at it, keep advocating for yourselves, and I'm sorry this wasn't the place where we could do anything for you other than hear you. And I just really empathize. I've been there. I know what it feels like to feel completely just stumped and powerless and like really sad. So thank you for being here though and doing your part.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we have received a report and we can so state on the record. And thank everyone for allowing us to have this time to converse and for both sides to listen to what the others might have to say. That's always a good thing. So let's move along to our department report. Ms. Beretti, do we have one of those today?
I think the only thing that I wanted to just report back to the commission is just like to follow items that have come before you and that continue heading towards the board. Just to let the commission know that the Garrapatta Bridge rails is planned. It was continued to May 7th at the board, providing opportunity to convene a working group through the District 5 Supervisorial Office. That working group is just sent out an agenda for their meeting, and staff anticipates that on the 7th it'll likely be a continuance, so that that working group has the opportunity to actually get some work done. So action is happening, but there will not be an outcome that will be before the board on May 7th. But it is moving, and you can watch the discussion if you'd like on May 7th.
For my own information, the discussion is, how is that agendized? Is that at the board, or is that, are you talking about some other entity?
It's at the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors continued the Garrapatta Rail item to the date certain of May 7th with the desire to convene the working group. And so it is on the agenda for May 7th. However, the working group is only just now able to convene, and so staff is anticipating there may not be tangible agreement out of that working group for the May 7th, but it is agendized because it was continued to that date certain. But there is a meeting, and my apologies, I don't actually have the date to update you, but Ms. Vasquez does.
I was the one that sent out the agenda today. That working group meeting is for this Friday, April 26th at 10:45 in the morning. And
through the chair, I just want to be clear. The working group meetings are a Brown Act body. It was a group created by formal action of the Board of Supervisors, and therefore it is a Brown Act body. So those meetings will be agendized. It sounds like the agenda's gone out and the public can attend and participate at those working group meetings. I'm assuming you're providing Zoom access?
there is no Zoom for this meeting.
Okay, sorry. So not for this meeting, but you can look at the agenda as far as location and time.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. Ms. Moretti, see anything else?
No, that's all for department report. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank everyone. Is there any additional business? Commissioner Daniels?
Can I just follow up on that? I have two questions for Ms. Beretti. I'm assuming then it's at public information who's in that working group. Has that been posted somewhere?
Yeah, that would be public. Is that included in the agenda, Ms. Vasquez?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Who's on the working group? Is that something that's on the website or somewhere we can track down?
I believe it's on the agenda. Let me double check.
And then while you're doing that, just for Ms. Beretti, just because it was so many hours ago now, the housing element is going to be open for community comments on a date in May? Is that what you said?
Yes, our target release date for the public review of the housing element draft is May 6th.
And then we have the Planning Commission special meeting that we decided upon today is going to be May 15th. Is there any public meetings in there, or is that the public meeting?
So there will be multiple public workshops at hearing bodies. So the Housing Advisory Committee, the Health, Housing, Human Services Committee of the board, your Planning Commission on May 15th, and then the Board of Supervisors. This item is scheduled, the housing element item is scheduled for June 4th at the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
Staff, so those are the main public forums. Staff is also working through our supervisorial districts to include, where appropriate, town halls to do pop-up events within different communities. And staff is also participating in some city council meetings for some of the key cities in which the county's housing element identifies sites that are kind of immediate, adjacent, or outside, such as the city of Marina. We're working with the city of Monterey and I believe the city of Salinas to get on those council meetings so that those community members are aware of some of those plans. So there will be multiple opportunities. And then again, our website we will provide updates for where those public forums can be, and every individual who's on the public distribution list. Likewise, we will distribute those out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anything else? If there's no further business before the group, I'd like to go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 3:21, it looks like. Thank you all very much for sticking with it.